It's a Wednesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
66 degrees right now. Going to get into the low 80s. And after tomorrow, this weekend, the heat is back on. High 86 on Sunday, high 82 on Saturday. And Monday and Tuesday of next week, 88, 88. Just in time for Bills camp to start.
Oh, yeah.
At St. John Fisher University. Again, today is the Bills' first practice. It is a ticketed practice, as all of the practices are ticketed. If you have not gotten tickets to Bills camp, I think there are still tickets available to the red and blue scrimmage that they do.
Oh, that would make sense.
Is that in town, or you had to go to
That
Buffalo?
is in
yeah.
Orchard Park.
Right.
It's in the stadium. And Kimmy went last year, and she got stuck in traffic for 2.5 hours.
Oh, that was 2 years ago.
2 years. That's how long it was. She was stuck in traffic the whole year.
I would
God.
imagine it's even worse now that there's so much construction going on.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah.
Hashtag feed the pit. I want to start today with something that Tommy has been obsessing over all morning long, because you are a social media queen. You obsess over Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and all that stuff. Your grandson is in Chicago, and you now take regular trips to Chicago to visit.
Yeah.
And you said there is a new place you will be visiting when you go to Chicago.
Yeah.
It's called
D'Amato's.
Okay.
And so since I've been to Chicago, I'm starting to get all this stuff on Instagram from Chicago.
Sure.
So it's this Italian sub bakery shop.
Okay.
That's about as old school as it gets. It looks like it's out of The Godfather.
Okay.
And
All
so is the staff. And there's like this scrawny Italian, younger, I would say she's middle-aged.
You don't have. Why do you do this?
You
could just say there's an
scrawny,
Italian
younger,
woman.
middle-aged.
You know, she's loud. No. She's a very West Side scrawny Italian woman,
of
and
Chicago.
she's giving you the pitch on all the food.
From the west side of Chicago.
You know these women.
Yes, I understand, but you could.
You grew up with these women.
You could have just said
You
there's
didn't
a.
say scrawny.
Yeah, you didn't. You described
You
all
know what
of
I'm
her
talking
worst
about.
attributes for no reason.
You know what I'm saying?
I
She looks
got-
like
yes.
she looks like a chain smoker.
Okay, but that's not.
What?
That's not what I wanted to bring up.
Yeah, I understand.
No,
I'm
what
just
I
trying to paint a little tapestry.
Thank
here.
you for painting. I think you sew a tapestry. You paint a picture.
I think it's so. You paint
I
one.
think a sewa. Is
I
that
don't
what is
know.
that? Your favorite Hawaiian king? King, I think a sewa. You stupid ass. You said these sandwiches at this place look out of control.
Yeah, so they come in like three sizes. You got your half sub, your full sub,
Gotcha.
and then your 3-foot sub.
So when I heard you say 3-foot sub, I thought that was for like parties
like a party
or something
platter.
Like
No,
kind of
you
thing.
could just order a 3-foot sub for lunch.
So you just walk out with a 3-foot
Yes.
sub. Okay.
It looks like a support beam. Like you'd have to hold it in the on the ends because it's gonna like collapse.
I'm
on
sure
you.
they cut the sub for you, man.
I don't know.
How much
How
sub?
else do you eat it?
Yeah, I mean you couldn't. You'd have to have.
We
two
know
buddies.
some guys that could do that.
You would have to have two friends holding a 3-foot sub for you to take
You
a bite
need
of a 3-foot
assistance.
sub.
Maybe a 3-man job. I don't know.
252 WCMF 252-9263. How much sub is too much sub? Is 3-foot a sub too much sub?
It's got to be,
I
bro. What's the
think
most?
so.
I've only had when I was King Fat Boy.
Yeah, big old fat boy.
I mean, I could get through a 12-inch sub, but that's a lot.
Oh yeah,
of
no, I heard you
bread.
handle 12 inches no problem.
I love a good 12-inch.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, it's juicy. It's got all the flavors to it. It explodes in your mouth. A 12-incher.
So are you bragging about eating a foot-long sub, which is a standard length sub?
I know, but it's a lot of. If you
Okay.
think about it, that's like 6 sandwiches.
You sound like what?
What?
What are you talking
No.
about?
A
Your
standard
average
sandwich.
is an
That's
inch.
like 2 sandwiches.
Shut up.
In your house,
No,
yeah,
it's
because
one-
you're
One 6
baby
inch-
Huey over there
One
with his shirt
6-inch
off.
sub is like a small sub.
No, one
So
foot-
two
No.
of those.
If you took a standard sandwich,
Okay.
2 slices of bread.
Yeah.
All right, let's say a ham and cheese sandwich,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
So little ham, little
Little cheese.
cheese.
Is that what goes on a ham and cheese
2
sandwich?
little regular.
King of what is so?
I'm telling you, that's at least. I'm gonna say that's the equivalent. A 12-inch sub is the equivalent of 12 sandwiches.
Shut
What are you?
Up. So
Kimmy.
a 12-inch sub. So each inch is a sandwich.
Yeah,
What are you? Do you only eat your sandwiches at tea?
bro, you never see how much meat they put in them sandwiches.
Bro, a full-long sub is a standard sandwich. It is a standard sandwich. If you go, nobody orders 6 inches at a sub shop unless it's like Kathy from accounting.
Well, I was gonna say, I think a lot
I
of
can
people.
only eat so many points.
A lot of people used to get the 6-inch at Subway, 'cause wasn't it like there was like a deal where it was like only $5 or
It
something?
was $5 footlong was it Subway?
Oh, you're right.
yeah.
$5
Yeah.
Foot long.
I thought there was something super cheap about a I don't know. Anyways,
Well, I don't know. My brother worked at Subway, so I never paid for a Subway sandwich. No big deal. No, we're at the point now, and I know folks can back me up on this, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, that the standard sub has eclipsed the 12-inch mark because they don't sell them by like 6 and 12s anymore. They sell them by small, medium, and large. And the large is anywhere between 14 and 16 inches.
Wait, you're telling me there's a 16-inch sub?
It's not as big as you think. You cut it into 4 inches.
Yeah.
No, but that would be one serving for one person to eat.
It's a 16-inch sub.
You should never eat a foot of food.
Okay, this
ever.
would be a foot and 4 inches. Yeah. Almost
That's
a foot
too
and a
much.
half. Shut up. Why?
That's like 14 sandwiches.
Why? It's amazing how, Kimmy, a foot of sandwich is 12 sandwiches, but 16 inches of sandwich is 14 sandwiches. How does that math work?
I don't know.
Okay. No, I mean, if I eat a 12-inch sub, I'm still hungry.
You're not, especially now, man, with your little girl's stomach.
My little girl's stomach. Bro, even now, in my fittest hashtag no days off, hashtag stay ready so you don't got to get ready. If I eat a 12-inch sub, I have to have a side with it, either fries or macaroni salad.
I know for sure I could not get a 12-incher down.
Come on, don't keep doing this to me.
What?
It's hard for me not to take the bait.
The 12-inch bait?
You were saying, Kimmy?
See, I always thought like you just automatically order the 12-inch sub because even if you don't finish it, it's great leftovers. You know what I mean? Like I don't know anybody that orders anything smaller than that.
Here's the problem. I get hot subs. They're not great on the back end.
All right, so
12 inches not great on the back end.
So you could eat a 12-inch sub like
if I was hungry enough, yeah.
That would be disturbing for me to watch a girl eat a 12-inch sub.
12 inches of sandwich is not that much sandwich.
It's too much for a woman.
Wow.
And it's not ladylike.
No, so what's ladylike? What length of sub is ladylike?
3 to 4 inches.
3 to 4
a
inches.
A half of a half.
Are you kidding me?
They don't even make subs that small.
Bro.
You're not going to fit into your clothes, honey?
You would have to cut a
Y'all
6-inch sub in half.
Y'all.
Yeah.
This is 6 inches of sub.
Yeah. That should be a standard
I'm
sub.
guessing most teenage girls can eat more than you on a regular basis.
Well, they're more active. They got a better metabolism.
They're more active. What are you talking about? Isn't today push-up
Like I'm thinking,
day?
I remember like
Sunday.
after like basketball practice as a kid, like I would just come home and eat everything. Like a foot-long sub would
and
be
what's
nothing.
changed? What has changed?
Basketball practice has changed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't
Now
do
it's
that anymore.
Toki Tok, Chewy Chew.
What?
Toki Tok Chewy Chew is my second favorite Hawaiian king. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, Tommy has discovered a sub shop Italian bakery in Chicago because he's going back and forth to Chicago a lot visiting his grandson. This place sells a 3-foot sub, which is extreme. That is a very long sub. But we kind of assumed 12 inches was the standard sub. And Tommy says 12 inches is too much sub.
Yes.
12 standard sandwiches, according to Tommy, in a 12-inch sub. I bet you, if you cut me loose, I could eat 2 feet of sub, no problem.
Cut you loose. What are you in prison?
Well, no, I'm saying if I wasn't.
As soon as I get out of this joint, I tell you what, I'm gonna have 2 subs.
No, I'm serious.
You could eat 24 inches.
You could not
sub.
eat 2 subs in one
I
sub.
think I
You
could
would
eat
be
2 subs.
you would be sick.
I guess it depends on the bread. Okay, if we're talking about DeBella's.
Standard bread.
DeBella's is thick
that's
bread.
that's a heavy.
Yeah.
Well, most
heavy
subs
loaf.
are heavy bread.
Well, no, okay, so remember Marticello's and Gates?
Kind of.
Next to Tahoe's, they made the best subs. I'm telling you, man, they were the best subs in the history of the world. They would sell you a foot-long sub, but it was like twice the size, width-wise, of a standard foot-long sub.
Wow.
So that had
a wide beam.
Yes, it had to be close to 24 inches of sub, and I could pound that thing no problem.
I'm telling you, man. At your age now, with your little heart button,
What?
You're dead.
What?
24 inches, you're dead.
How about by the 18th inch, I'm just pushing it over. Help me, please, help me.
I can't imagine, once that, gets through my system, what my ass is going to do.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that it's going to be fun
My
all the
colon
way.
cannot handle 12 inches of food. I know that. My old colon is shot.
It may also depend on the type of sub you're ordering, because to
Standard
your point,
Italian sub.
No, you keep
Okay,
saying that,
I
but
know.
that's not a
But
go-to for most people anymore.
Yeah.
Well, I know because y'all went crazy with your subs.
What, meatball?
No, you all want
I was gonna say
fusion
meatball sub. You're gonna cut down on the amount of sub you can eat. That's a heavy sub.
Which one?
Well,
A
it's
meatball
it's
sub.
a lot.
Well,
Any
meatball,
hot
is the
sub, I
heaviest.
feel like you can't eat as much.
Oh
sub.
no, I can go longer on the hot sub than I go to
Really?
cold sub.
Like
Cold,
a chicken finger sub.
Well, I don't go chicken finger because in my
I
opinion,
don't
that's not a
either,
real
but
sub.
I'm saying
That's
something like
an
that.
appetizer on bread. That's not a sub. I'll go. Okay, so here's what I'll do. My favorite sub of all time: hot corned beef, sauerkraut or sautéed onions, lettuce, mayonnaise, a little bit of oil, a couple more fixins. Right?
Right.
I could eat that 2 inches or 2 feet, no problem. 24 inches. 24 inches of corned beef.
Corned beef.
Oh, yeah.
That's an odd choice, too.
Corned beef's one of the best sub-choice meats.
I like corned beef. It's never on my radar.
Shut up. You're
Like, if
Italian.
I go to,
You don't know nothing about nothing.
Yeah, but it's your Irish meat.
It's delicious.
It's not bad. It's not bad. If they're out of everything else.
Shut up. What's your go-to meat?
An Italian sub.
No, I'm saying that's got like 5 meats
salami.
on it. I understand what's on an Italian sub. If you had to pick a one-meat sub, which would be a great name for a dad cover band.
Oh, it's gonna be Genoa salami.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you're
Straight Sicilian dry salami.
straight up uncut salami sub.
It hurts your mouth so much when you eat it. It cuts.
Kimmy, what's your go-to sub meat?
If it's gonna be a hot sub, like I love, it's kind of boring, but just like a ham and cheese.
Get out of my face.
My God, you're a Sicilian, man.
I know.
Ham and cheese.
Ham-
I would expect that out of an Irishman.
You asked a question.
You sound
Would
like you live in the
answer?
Midwest. I like ham and cheese, and I want 2% milk, please.
Ham, cheese, lettuce, tomato.
That's just a sandwich.
No, but I like it like melted and toasted.
All right.
You know what she
Delicious.
is? You know what this is? When we were in like elementary school and we'd go on like field trips, they would give you like a choice for lunch, like peanut butter and jelly or the ham and cheese sandwich. You'd be like, oh, it's all
They never
I
had
choice I
ham
have.
and cheese.
You never got ham and cheese?
No.
Maybe that's why you love it, because you were robbed of your
Deprived.
field trip ham and cheese sandwich. 252 WCMF. We are now arguing over how much sub is too much sub. Rammer's on CMF. Hey, Rammer, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. So I thought the corned beef sub just isn't right. I mean, there's a place for corned beef, but if it ain't roast beef or
There's a place
Italian,
for
I mean, what's the point?
I say no corned beef today, no corned beef tomorrow.
Corned beef on St. Patrick's Day, that's it.
Okay.
I'm limited. So, quick story. Yeah, I've got a roof going on a property, and I had a crew of 5 guys there. This is a bear of a tear-off. And so I always feed the crew lunch. I went and got one of the sub trays from Wegmans, 4 subs, all the different flavors. Each one of those guys could barely finish off 2 of the they cut them into quarters. So that would be half of a Wegmans sub. I mean, and these are working guys. It's like after 2 of those, they're full.
Well, that's because you hired bitch-ass roofing and company.
What do you mean, Rammer the roofer?
Yeah.
How about even the dog that is with every roofing company only had a quarter of the sub?
I think compared to you, these guys are probably closer to Hulks.
Are you trying to sub-shame me right now? Is that what you're trying to do?
He only hired Hulks.
I'm just saying, and I also think the older you get, the less your metabolism's slower. You just can't process that much food all at once. And yeah, I will agree with you on Marticello. Some of the best subs they had, but that was all about the bread. You and I both know that.
No, the bread was good, but I don't know what it was about their oil too. There was something about their oil that was different than any other oil. I know it was. I know my oils, bro. I grew up at Gates.
Yeah, it had a special sauce in it. If you knew the owner, Frank, my kids both worked there. When they
Frankie
were
sauce.
So.
Oh, I love a good Frankie sauce.
That was Frankie sauce. And hey, Kimmy, there's a Papa John's opening in Henrietta, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking because they might have your warm ham and cheese out there.
Is he thinking about? Okay,
I don't know. I'm
Robert,
confused.
is he confusing Papa John's with Jimmy John's?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
yeah.
yes. Yes, you're probably right.
No,
I was like,
haven't turned into Terry John's, Papa John's.
okay. Yeah, that makes more sense.
All right, we have a dynamite 12-inch too much sub kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, where we hating our subs.
Yep, that's right. Hate Mail of the Week coming at you just after 8 o'clock. About 2 weeks ago, we told you a story of a little guy, toddler, who was found wandering through the town of Phelps.
Oh, yeah.
Just in shorts. No shirt, no shoes. And whoever located this child immediately called the police. The mother was located. She was arrested, charged with endangering the welfare of a child. And when we had this discussion at first, it revolved around, would you immediately call the police knowing that this parent could get in trouble? And as we've talked about on the show before, as a parent, you know your kid can wander away and it's just an honest mistake.
Yeah.
You want to know, or do you grab that child and try and locate the mother, father on your own to ensure that they're not going to face charges? That's not what this author wants to talk about.
What's their problem?
Well, they're upset that you would do anything at all. Because the problem with people today is they didn't have the independence they needed when they were younger.
Oh,
we'll get to it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, every day it's another stealing story. Shoplifting,
got
cars getting
ripped.
stolen. Well, that's just it.
Yeah.
Normally, when we see these shoplifting stories, merchandise getting taken, they're, multi-million-dollar, billion-dollar corporations. They just write
Yeah.
it off. It's no big deal. This is not one of those stories.
So what happened?
Well, it's happening all over our great community, and it's affecting the most vulnerable of vulnerable. And Kimmy brings up a great point.
Oh.
If you're taking from these people, how do you sleep at night? We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Now, we're on the air.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, welcome to radio.
You have your headphones on.
Well, I was
you
getting
could hear
them on.
the song fading out.
I didn't have the volume up.
I
on
feel
my
like
hearing
everything
aid.
is like he's so old, everything is starting to fade out on him right now. You're hanging out at the break. We're Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 6:45 today, Bills camp is officially open as of what, 8 o'clock this morning, Kimmy?
Wow.
Is that when the doors? I'm not sure when the doors open. I know practice starts at 9:45.
Doesn't matter. If you don't have a ticket, you can't go.
True.
And you know what time it is if you have a ticket. This is the most exciting time of the year for every NFL franchise.
Well, yeah, it's a clean slate.
Apparently not for the Bills, however, because AI technology, according to a new study, has revealed something.
Oh.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Story on News 8 last night
What do they say?
says produce stands on the side of the road.
Oh, the mom and pop joints.
You got it.
Yeah.
Are now starting to shut down
Why?
thanks to thieves.
What, somebody's grabbing zucchini?
Yes. Now,
It's got to be your mom.
we mean the shacks and tables that you see on like 104 out in the sticks of every suburb.
how
Kind of like on
busted-
an honor system.
Yeah, exactly.
How
honor system,
busted
yeah.
are you going to be to steal a tomato?
It's like you're just doing it to do it. I would imagine like you're not doing it because you need that tomato.
No.
You're doing it
You're
because
a
it's
dick.
there and you can take it.
So they talked to a guy named James Ryan. He owns a farm in Palmyra, and he says, and I quote, "In recent years, they've taken as much as 30% of my produce without paying. 3 in 10 zucchinis gone
Yeah,
without cash."
look at that.
So to help combat the issue, he put out a camera to catch people in the act, and he put out a sign that said, "Thieves will be prosecuted." But he admits in the story, "I can't prosecute people. Like, what am I going to do? Go run them down
Yeah.
with the camera?" So instead of calling the cops, he decided to publicly shame them.
Oh, good idea.
And he's been posting the videos of these people that are stealing on Facebook.
So is it mostly adults doing this or just kids?
It looks like all
jackassing?
adults.
That's the saddest part.
Now, Tommy, you'd think the Facebook shaming would be effective, right? I mean, could you imagine seeing someone you know on Facebook getting
Grabbing 2 ears of corn.
Yeah.
$5 a coin?
What a score.
But it hasn't stopped them. In fact, James says in just the last few weeks he's been open this summer, he's caught people on camera taking more than they've paid for every single day.
Man.
So his final move to help the situation, he's now limiting what he puts out by the side of the road so there isn't as much to steal.
Yeah.
He says he now sells the rest of the vegetables digitally, which, can we stop for a second?
How does that work?
How do you sell digital
Right? Are there
corn?
people buying produce online?
Is he bringing back Farmville? Is that what he's trying to tell us?
But like, how do I get it to my house if I'm bought it?
You buy
Well,
a
you'd
bushel
send
and
it,
a
I
peck
guess.
of tomatoes on Craigslist.
I don't know how much a peck is.
It's a little more than a bushel.
Oh, okay.
I love
No.
you. A bushel and a peck, a bushel and a peck,
2
and
pecks
hug
in a
around the
bush.
neck.
2 pecks in a pint.
Hug around the neck and a barrel and a heap, barrel and a heap, and I'm talking in my sleep
Okay.
about you. I was in Guys and Dolls in 8th grade. I was one of the guys.
One of the fat guys.
Yes, I was actually. Anywho,
Yes.
Kimmy, you saw this story, and you had a hot take on vegetable stand thievery.
It was more so. I feel like how did I put it? Almost like the
I got the line that you sent to me,
What
and it's
was
a
it?
brilliant line.
yeah.
Let me now. What are you, Tommy? Now
I know,
Let me
I
tell
forgot
you
what I
you
said.
Kimmy's quote was,
What's that?
"The smaller the theft,
Yes.
the bigger the jerk."
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think most people are stealing that kind of stuff out of necessity. It's just an opportunity to take something.
Yeah. And that might be the truest thing you've ever said.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when you steal from these, side road veggie stands, this
Yeah.
isn't some big corporation that can write it off. This isn't some chain that has the insurance to cover it. I mean, it's your neighbor.
Yeah.
Right? This guy's just trying to make a couple of bucks here. And the sad reality, Thomas,
What's that?
when we talk about shoplifting stories, right, from like grocery stores, we hear from folks who believe it takes a certain type of bad apple, no pun intended,
Yeah.
to walk into a place and walk out without paying. But this story and all of these thieves taking stuff from these roadside stands suggest way more people than you think are willing to be a criminal if they are sure
Yeah.
they'll never get caught.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, maybe the majority of people aren't shoplifting from Wegmans because their moral fiber doesn't allow it, but because of the security that they have at
Right.
Wegmans. Like, if Wegmans had an honor system, the same people screaming about all this retail theft might be grabbing some stuff
Oh, yeah.
too.
Wegmans would be cleaned out like an ice storm.
Yeah. In fact, you could prove it because they don't have a bulk candy section anymore. Why
Yeah,
don't they
you're
have a
right.
bulk
There's no
candy
bulk
section?
anywhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did anyone
Do you
ever...
think it's because people are stealing or people are sticking their hands in there?
I think a little bit of both.
I gotta check and see if they're fresh.
Has anybody ever paid full price for anything in the bulk section? Don't lie to me.
Well, they started, I remember as a teenager, I'd always try to like lighten it up a little bit, but then they'd go and measure it again at the register.
Oh, they never measured at Wegmans. They measured for you at Wegmans?
Yeah, like they would, if once they put it on the thing to scan, it weighed it again.
They always trusted my sticker because I remember like being a kid, I would do this like I was the most egregious bulk candy thief. Like I would put in like $1 worth of candy and then just like
Yeah, like I think that maybe you're the reason they started weighing everything.
I remember like one of the times I did it, I went way too far and I put it on the belt and I'm watching it slide and I'm like, oh no, they're gonna catch me, and it was like $10 worth of candy for $1 and the woman was just like, boop, put it in the bag and handed it to me. It was like one of those like, you know those movies like, let me see your papers.
Yes.
And the guy just barely squeaks by. It's like, whoo.
Checkpoint Charlie.
252 WCMF. We're talking about a story on News 8, talking about produce stands out in the country, 104, those areas that say they've been getting ripped off on a regular basis.
Yeah.
One guy they talked to says he's losing as much as 30% of his veggies. Yes. Based on people taking them and walking away. What's funny is you don't even like those roadside stands to begin with. You think they're busted.
No, I have shopped at.
You have?
Yes. I've never put down roadside vegetable, ever.
You said you don't like going to farmers markets.
I know, but you'll stop
Farmers
at a
market
veggie
is
stand?
different.
Oh.
It's the same thing, literally.
Nah, a little different.
How is it different?
I always find those things charming.
Yeah.
Like when I'm driving out in the country and I see that stuff.
Yeah.
Those same people probably go to the farmers
It's
markets.
the same vegetables, man.
I don't know. It's more charming over there. And I even go to some of those like little markets out in the country.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, it's more quaint. It's the same people,
It is
you
the
idiot.
Same thing.
I don't know. It just feels better.
We have a buddy, you know this. We have a buddy that used to work here who will go to every farmer's market. And if if he's at the farmer's market at the public market, it's busted. If he's at the farmer's market at like, the Nunday Fun Days, that's where it's okay to
Well, I
buy.
like when Webster had one and Pittsford has one.
Wow.
It's nice.
Wow.
The city one's grimy.
What do you mean it's grimy?
It's got like trucks.
It's all the
dirt
same
and-
stuff. All the same people show up.
Ugh. I don't want your grimy ass city tomatoes.
No, you're right. Not like the charming Pittsford Farmers Market that's in a parking lot across from the Cheesecake Factory.
It's nice. No, they used to have it right by the gazebo center.
Which one?
The town center one.
Town Center Gazebo?
Yeah, I find those charming. You like that city grimy
I
stuff.
like cheap vegetables.
I want a bologna sandwich and a tomato.
I do actually want a bologna sandwich and tomato.
Wait, you want a bologna sandwich?
I would love a bologna sandwich.
Why didn't you tell me, man?
Why?
I just got into the fried bologna game.
Get the hell out
I
of
got
here.
some of the sweetest, hottest bologna in town.
Where can I get it?
I just opened up a little kiosk in a men's room.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy D'Amato's fried bologna right in your mouth sauce. Farmer's Market.
Don't ruin the bologna supreme for me, the greatest sandwich I've ever had in my life. Back-to-back sandwich references, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
To expand on Kimmy's point, talking about these roadside vegetable thieves, that the smaller the theft, the bigger the jerk.
Yeah.
If you found out, Tommy, that a friend was stealing vegetables from a roadside stand, like their video was put up on Facebook and you caught him red-handed, there would not be an excuse they could give you
No.
where you could give them a pass. Like there is nothing you could tell me where I'd be like, oh, that makes sense.
Unless
That would be the most. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say I could see somebody getting caught and saying, well, I didn't have cash in me. I was gonna go back and put it in the box. You know what I mean? Like, I came back later and I put money in.
Yeah, but it's not a tickle me Elmo. You can just come back when you have the money. You're not going to come back and there'll be no more corn.
Right. It would be the most embarrassing. To me, I would feel so sad for that person.
Yeah.
Like, that's the most embarrassing crime you could commit, especially because you don't need to steal it, to your
Okay.
point.
Let's talk about sad, because I disagree with you there. Like, Tommy, if there was a story where you were caught shoplifting like $300 of steaks from the Pittsford Wegmans, my knee-jerk reaction wouldn't be you're a dick. I would wonder, like, sincerely what was wrong in your life,
I
right?
understand. Yeah.
Like, are you stealing to feed an addiction? Do you need money to survive? Like, my first thought there would be why. If I saw you stealing tomatoes from this guy's stand on
You
Facebook,
wouldn't just think it's sad?
no, I wouldn't think it's sad. I would think that you're a douchebag.
Well, same thing. I would put sad and douchebag.
No,
and, all right, I'll just say this. Pathetic.
Yeah, there you go.
A blanket pathetic.
No, I don't even think it's pathetic, because I think you could make the argument that even being concerned about someone stealing meat from a grocery store, that is still pathetic.
Yeah.
It's past pathetic.
All right.
It's just dickery.
Yeah.
Right? You're just a massive douchebag, and there's no way around that, because you can't tell me you don't have $3.
Right. You're just doing it to do it.
Exactly. I mean, I guess the equivalent would be if you walked into Wegmans and stole like a candy bar. I don't think that you're a douchebag for stealing a candy bar, but it's like a tiny amount of thing, right?
Yeah.
What if you were somebody like? What if this was like your mom or grandma that got caught stealing?
And it's a lot of moms and grandmas.
And they're the ones that host Sunday Sauce every Sunday. Like, what if you ate those stolen tomatoes? You benefit from her theft.
Well, I mean, I didn't know they were
Are you
stolen.
gonna rat on her? Like, are you gonna say that's I know that woman?
Okay.
I've had that tomato.
So it seems this guy too, when he's putting up stuff on Facebook, is like asking if you know this person, blah 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 blah. You're obviously not going to roll over on your mother, your grandmother, for stealing a tomato.
Would you call them out on it though? Like, would you say, "Hey, mom, you got to stop. You got to stop stealing from that farmer"?
I don't know, man. I don't want to have that conversation.
Yeah, but you don't want her to get caught either.
Well, yeah, but it's also like the smallest of larceny, right? You get an appearance ticket. And maybe that's the wake-up call she needs. But I don't want to sit across the table from my mother and be like, you have to stop stealing corn.
All right.
Do you?
No, yeah, I could. I didn't have a very good relationship with my mother.
All right, let me ask you a question.
And my grandmother was a dick.
Your wife loves to save money.
Oh, yeah.
Right? All right. Let's say your wife makes this beautiful salad one night. Next day, you get on Facebook and you see your wife stealing $12 worth of vegetables off a roadside stand.
That would disturb me.
Are you confronting her about it?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
You're going to have that conversation?
Yeah, because she has family that own farms that do this.
Okay.
So for her to go steal would be like stealing from your relative.
I understand.
Yeah, I would have to. You'd have to.
I don't think I'm confronting my wife.
You would.
No. I don't want to. Like, I don't
want to. Listen, I don't want to do it. I'm gonna belt down a couple of scotches first. Then I'm gonna say it, but I'm gonna say
No, but what good does it do? Because if you're not around, she's probably still going to do it without you.
What else are you doing that I'm not catching? And that's what I want to know.
Well, okay, hold
You-
on.
hold-
Wait,
bro.
you think she's shooting heroin and that's the money that she's usually spending?
I didn't
on-
know you were doing this. You don't think this could be a deeper situation?
I mean, it's out of character, but I also think
Out of character.
I really do think that this is human nature.
It'd be like me coming home and all of a sudden, hey, guess what I could do? Tap dance. It would change the dynamic of the marriage.
You got the shoes for it.
Oh, I do. I got some nice tappers.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Nick. Hey, Nicky, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, Nick. What's up?
Hey, I got a roadside stand, and what I do is I just keep one of every kind of vegetable out there, like a display model, and they're on a tether cable, like at the Apple store.
Okay. You're kidding, right?
It's cut down on the theft.
You're joking, right?
No, yeah, you print a ticket, and we go in the back, and we get it for you.
Shut up, Nick. I don't like Nick anymore. Nick, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. But that's what sucks, right? Like, I mean, like, it's not enough to invest in sitting there all day, right?
Yeah.
But losing 30% of your income is a significant hit. Like the guy in the story who was having all his produce stolen says, like, this is a family farm they've had for generations. This is how they keep the farm going. Without this, they can't do it.
You know what would scare me more than anything?
What's that?
Is getting caught by the farmer. Like some big farm dude coming around the corner with either a pitchfork or a 12 gauge, chasing my car, and I'm running in my little sissy shoes.
I don't think he's going to shoot you.
I don't know
over
what
any
he's
other
going to do,
corn.
but like I see some big farm dude, I'm crapping myself.
Okay, all right.
Wouldn't you be afraid of that?
I'd be more afraid of the shame, I think,
Yeah,
that
and
comes with it.
Well, you're a girl. He's not going to kick your ass.
Well, no, but I'm saying like let's say he threatens you with a weapon. Well, I'm just not going back, right? Like that's the end of it.
Good call.
The shame is
What
going
if
to
he
be out
holds you
there for a
till
long
the
time.
cops come?
Over $4 worth of corn?
Let's get that pitchfork up to your neck, pushed up against his silo, and here come the sheriff and the judge. Same guy. You did this on my soul.
On farmer soil. Bills camp opens in just a few hours.
Oh.
And this is the best time of the year because everybody is in first place.
Yeah, it's exciting.
And everybody can justify the reason their team is going to win the Super Bowl. However, once the season starts, it seems that things change for Bills fans. And this is a very strange story because it involves new technology that tells us that maybe Bills fans are not having the grandest old time during the football season. But other information we get from this doesn't make any sense either.
Oh.
So either this is wrong or football doesn't bring us the joy we thought it did.
So what is this technology?
I'll explain everything.
All right.
Next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's here, baby.
What's here?
Training camp officially opens today for your Buffalo Bills.
How exciting.
And you know what's great about this time of year? We know right now this is the year.
Oh.
We're in first place, and we're going
Right.
to tell you 15 reasons why they're going to win the Super Bowl. And here's the thing. Enjoy it now, because according to this study on Bills fans, it'll be changing that attitude very soon.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7 o'clock. Here, gentlemen, is your warning for the week. And it's the truest thing you will hear your entire life.
Wow.
She is more dangerous than you think she is.
Who's the she?
Well, in this case, a she would be a 33-year-old woman who is going to jail if the allegations are true, involving an incident with her ex-boyfriend.
Oh.
She...
It was all a mistake, though, according to her.
The excuse that she gives, according to police, is the greatest excuse of all time. We will give you the details of the story, tell you what allegedly happened to this man, and warn you again that going backwards is not always the best policy, even if it's the path of least resistance. And I'm looking at you, and I'm looking at me, and I'm looking at every man, because we've all done this.
All right.
We've all done this. We'll get to it. Just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So yesterday, Tommy, a very interesting study about NFL fans was published.
What did they do?
This company used AI facial recognition to scan the faces of selfies that fans of NFL teams took during the season last year. So they went across all social media, they grabbed all of these pictures, and they used these pics and the AI to determine who the happiest and saddest NFL fan bases are.
Okay.
It is not great news for Bills Mafia.
Well, Bills always have fun.
Bills always have fun.
Right.
Jimmy. The study says that Bills fans are the third saddest fans in the NFL.
So what, we have like a resting dick face?
Yeah, like what? So they're just going based off of facial expression,
According to this story.
and assuming that they're sad, and not just that's the way they look.
Because it's weird because you travel, you party in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like a very sad experience.
No, I'm
No.
with you. I'm with you.
No.
But then again, when you look at the experience of the actual being of a Bills fan, like watching the games and how everything ends, I mean, you can't make the argument it is a sad experience.
So this is like a window into the soul through the eyes.
I mean, if this is the case, yes.
The eyes don't lie.
window into the soul through the eye.
Well, they do say the eyes are the window to the soul.
Like if you look at somebody's eyes, you can tell a lot about them.
I mean, what can you tell about me? Go.
Your dick.
Through my eyes?
You got dick eyes.
I don't think that's what you meant to
Turn
say.
the other way. So we, as Bills fans, were tied for the third saddest fans in the NFL with Seattle. And before we break this down, it seems that this study may have massive flaws.
All right.
Yeah.
Can you guess the two saddest fan bases ahead of us?
So you said Seattle.
We were three, tied with Seattle. There's two more ahead of us.
Well, be it teams that constantly suck,
Give
right?
me a-
Like
give me a guess.
Chicago,
Nope, Chicago was not there.
Jacksonville.
Atlanta was number one, and they were really bad last year, so I guess that makes sense. But the second saddest fan base, the Kansas City Chiefs.
How's that? They win everything.
Beats the hell out of me.
And you were just there. There was a big party.
Yeah, except for that one guy who told me to shut the F up.
Oh, but are they also getting complacent? Like they expect to win.
Okay, so put a
Could
pin
be
in
that.
that.
Could be that.
Put a pin in that. Even more puzzling, they have the happiest fan bases in the NFL. Can you guess which fan base was the happiest fan base?
Green Bay.
No, they were second. Good guess. Kimmy, you want to take a shot?
Let's go with, I'm just going to randomly say Denver.
No, the Washington Commanders, according to the
What?
study, were the happiest fan base
Yeah,
in the
because
NFL.
they got all the money.
Although they were bad, this does also kind of make sense because the Commanders got out from under their awful owner
Okay,
last
true.
season.
They've had
Okay.
a lot of, like, franchise turnover, I guess you
You
could
got
say.
it.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so with all of that information out, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There are two ways to look at the results of this study.
What's that?
Either A, this AI technology, the way they use it is total BS and it didn't work. Or B, how happy a fan base is has nothing to do with if their team wins or loses. And let's use Buffalo and Kansas City, for example. You brought up the term complacency.
Yeah.
Last year, both of those teams had massive expectations. And during the regular season, both of those teams had a real rough patch.
Yeah.
There were times where both the Bills and the Chiefs were facing questions about if they would even make the playoffs. On the other hand, Commanders fans, Titans fans, who were also in the happiest group, they had no expectation.
Yeah.
And we can attest, Kimmy,
Yeah.
having lived through the drought, it's a lot easier to have a good time watching football when you don't think your team has the capability of doing anything big.
I mean, I guess, but I would think the joy of your team having some success overrides just coasting.
Okay.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but you both felt anxiety last year when they
Oh,
started
yeah.
getting all those
No.
night games and, you know, all those games that were in prime time.
They were
flex games.
5-5 at one point. Kenny.
Right, and you were getting really stressed. So maybe you're right.
I'll give you an example.
You can't handle the pressure.
Kivy, the last year of the drought, when it didn't look like the Bills were going to make the playoffs, they started Nate Peterman. And I do remember one guy in this room talking about what a genius move it was to start Nate Peterman. Yeah. When Nate Peterman went out and threw 5 interceptions in the first half, we laughed about that.
Okay.
We
so
came in
it
the
almost
next day.
became such a joke that you had no choice but to just laugh it off.
If this coming season, Josh Ward, I'm knocking on wood, Josh Ward to miss time, and Nate Peterman were to come in and throw 5 interceptions and a half, no one would laugh about that. We would be flipping the F out. Western New York might be burnt to the ground, right? That's the difference.
Right.
I think it's very easy to forget, even though it wasn't all that long ago, that it was a lot easier to enjoy watching the Bills from a pressure standpoint when there were no expectations.
Yeah, because there was no success to heap on you.
But the Kansas City thing still baffles me because you have Super Bowls. I mean, I would just think that, again, you get to that point and your team's successful, that overrides the misery.
I would have thought so, and maybe at the end of the season, yes. But think about this. I'll tell you this, having been in Kansas City last year after that Bills game. After they lost to the Bills, they were in legit panic mode.
Yeah.
I mean, I was walking around a radio station that was doing a sports show, doing our show the next morning.
But it was short-lived.
No, because they lost to the Raiders on Christmas. Don't forget about that.
I guess my point is that when it all ends well for you.
Okay, fine.
I don't know.
But now they're also feeling the pressure of Kansas City. I'm thinking now, so what do they have? 3 Super Bowls as a franchise?
3 and 4 as a franchise.
4.
3 in the last 5 years. They won one early on.
Len Dawson days?
Well, that's yes. You said it's a franchise. It's
so,
4.
but you're still not New England yet, right? So now you're
looking for records.
You're going to be compared to New England now.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, they got
the
6.
dynasty.
Right. You're not the true dynasty yet at the other one. So there's that pressure.
Sure.
Even though you're winning.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm with you. 100%.
I wouldn't want it back. Too rich for my blood.
Look, I love the Josh Allen experience, and
sure, because he's fun to watch.
And like the last couple of years of Bills football, you know what a diehard fan I am, right? I mean, it was magical when I was a kid watching the Bills go to Super Bowls, right? It's now having this success again and like getting to live this every week as an adult with my kids is also very special. But I think there is something to be said about getting up, knowing that you got 3 games left that don't matter. We're just going to go tailgate party, have a good time, right? And I don't have to worry about it.
It is weird, too, because your quarterback is so laid back to
Josh.
me. Yeah. Like he does.
Oh, no, he's our quarterback? He's not your quarterback?
Yeah, he's my quarterback, too. He's everybody's quarterback. But he's very laid back. He looks like he's having fun for the most part. And I would think that would relax you a little bit. Apparently, it doesn't. It concerns people.
Wait. You think that Josh Allen relaxes Bills fans?
He is
I think
the most
he
stressful.
looks relaxed.
Yeah,
he looks like he's having fun.
Yeah.
But I
Off
think
the field,
But I think it makes people nervous. Like the way he plays when he's running around.
Yeah.
Like you can't even enjoy what you're watching. Like
You're just holding your breath.
Right, you're freaking out, even though he's going to do something amazing or amazingly stupid.
Yeah.
But you don't get to enjoy it.
Well, no, I do. Okay,
Kinda,
if I'm being honest,
you do.
I do enjoy it.
But you get anxiety. Like you've got a pit in yourself. As soon as he rolls left or right, you start freaking out.
No.
Because he's gonna. You're right. He's either gonna run and drop it, or he's gonna throw.
He dives over that pile.
He's gonna throw this unbelievably stupid interception.
For God's sakes.
Or an amazing touchdown.
Like camp starts today. Why are you being a dick? Like I
No,
said.
I'm saying.
I'm saying you can do a stupid interception. Shut up.
I can appreciate that more than you can because I don't have the anxiety you have because I don't really care. You
Do not care about anything.
I have no soul.
But it's weird though because you're a guy that doesn't care about anything, yet you're still always miserable. You cannot express joy on your face.
I know.
So even when you're having a good time, nobody knows.
True. I know.
252 WCMF. Again, a company put together a study using AI facial recognition. They took selfies from NFL teams from across the league all of last year, and they used the AI to scan their face for emotion. This determined that Bills fans were the 3rd saddest fans in the NFL, tied with the Seattle Seahawks behind Kansas City at 2, Atlanta at 1. The Washington Commanders come in at as the happiest fan base, and maybe this has to do with expectations. And, here's the thing. You kind of touched on this a second ago.
What's that?
If the technology does work, right, and we are actually the 3rd saddest fan base, it is possible that we in Western New York just look sad no matter what we're doing.
Well, how can they even read our faces when half the time we're buttoned up to our eyeballs?
Well, that's what I thought about. Maybe they were getting pictures from tailgates before in December where it's like, this is fun. Like that Kansas City Chiefs playoff game tailgate, I had a blast because I got a beer sweater on real quick.
Yeah.
It was cold.
Yeah.
And then the Pittsburgh game where they had to move it.
Well, yeah, that, and I'm thinking maybe it does have a little bit to do with the cold, because didn't Kansas City literally play one of the coldest games ever?
Well, it was the second coldest game in NFL.
But people got frostbite.
Right, like they had to warn fans.
Didn't Mahomes' helmet crack?
It did, yes, it did. Pieces of his helmet came off. It was so cold. All right, so I guess if we want to do better in this study next year, try and look happier.
Cheer up. Relax.
By the way, we will get our official reports from training camp now every morning around 9:30. Mike Danger from the Sports Bar on 95.7 The Fan will be joining us live.
Oh, okay.
I know you get excited about talking to Danger.
Oh, who doesn't? I like Danger.
I didn't say you didn't. The fact that you said it like that makes it sound like you don't like Danger.
I like the kid.
The kid.
I've known him 25 years. I've known that kid.
Okay. This isn't a contest.
Kind of is.
The more you talk, all right.
I've known him longer. So.
I know his wife.
And we will have your camp updates all morning. Your official station of the Buffalo Bills in Rochester, 96.5 WCMF. The sentence every man needs to hear. It's the most important thing you will hear your entire life.
Great.
She is more dangerous than you think she is. And that's something one man, it sounds like, found out the hard way. Look, man, going backwards can be the path of least resistance. But men tend to overestimate the abilities they have. And in 3 very specific ways that can lead to what happened to this man.
So it sounds like it got dangerous.
Oh, no, it got super dangerous. Wow. Super dangerous. Like hospital could have died dangerous.
Oh, my God.
We will tell you the story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Gentlemen, this message is directed squarely at you.
All right, what happened?
You are not invincible. You are not as charming as you think you are.
So what happened?
You do not have the ability to change the way she feels about you for the better or for worse. And there is a man from our area who may have found that out the hard way. Just because she's a woman doesn't mean she can't hurt you. And every man may be guilty at some point of inviting a potentially dangerous woman back into our lives. Oh. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7:25, 7:30. It's been about a week.
Yeah.
So we're due for another judge that is in some serious trouble.
Oh, yeah.
And, Tommy, this ain't some small-town justice we're talking about here.
This is a big city judge?
State Supreme Court justice.
That's your highest judge.
Who is on body cam outside of a high school graduation party.
Oh, my God.
Wait until you hear what she said on camera.
So this is like at a private house, I'm guessing. Like somebody's private house backyard. Wow, all right.
Oh, we'll get to the story just after 7:25, 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Penn Yan. Please say
Penn Yan's heating up again, huh?
Please say it started with an argument between a 33-year-old woman and her ex-boyfriend. During the argument, authorities say this woman pulled out a pocket knife and stabbed him.
Damn.
Puncturing his lung.
So standard part, like a knife on that is like 3-inch? Wait, it got to the lung?
It punctured his lung. By the way, you stabbed your heart when you said punctured his lung.
Well, my lung's right there,
it's
too.
Like when you
It's
like when you hold up 3 fingers and go 5.
Well, where would you point to your lung?
Here are your lungs.
Well, here's your heart.
Your rib cage protects your lungs.
The whole
I guess
thing.
you're right, yeah.
They're all kind of.
I don't know why.
You're being very picky right now on your lung to heart ratio.
Yeah, right up here. Your lung is not up here.
The only reason you know that is because you got a heart button right now.
Everybody knows where your lungs are. Is that why?
It is.
Press the button. I'm going to press it now. You're stressing me out so much.
So it was a Penn Yan puncture.
Puncture. So.
Damn.
She stabs him, punctures his lung.
Messing, man.
Police also say the man had stab wounds on his left arm, which they believe were defense wounds. When police arrived, you ready for this?
You need to work on your defense skills a little bit.
Well, maybe he didn't see it coming. Maybe it was the second one that got him on the arm. When police arrived, the 33-year-old woman claimed she accidentally stabbed her ex when she tripped while holding the pocket knife.
Oh, and what landed on his lung.
It was an accidental stabbing.
All right.
Can we talk about that excuse? I was simply
his body went into my knife.
Kimmy, it's even
Why
worse
was the
than
knife
that.
out?
Thank you. I was simply holding this pocket knife, as most people are apt to do on a regular basis.
Showing it off.
And then I tripped, and it was into my ex-boyfriend. You clearly see what happened. So the stabbing victim was taken to Strong, treated for his injuries. The 33-year-old woman, meanwhile, taken in jail for arraignment. So here's the thing.
What's that?
We don't know how these two ex-lovers, according to the story, ended up standing in front of each other. It could have been a random coincidence. They could have been forced together by outside circumstances. But we do know
what's that?
Men have a tendency to go back and deal with women that they should have left in the past.
For sure.
Tommy, you and I can both admit that there are ladies that were no good for us, that we kept seeing in different ways because they became the path of least resistance.
Oh, sure.
Fair statement?
Yes.
We don't know if that's what happened here. But if that were the case, there is a lesson in this story.
Well, they do call her an ex, so we at least know that this was post-break. This was a post-breakup meeting.
It was romantic. It was romantic.
Sure.
The lesson every man needs to take from this story: she is more dangerous than you think, and that is not a joke. That is a fact. And when I say she, I don't mean the woman in this story. I mean, you know who she is. You know who your she is.
It's not subtle.
I don't know.
You don't think?
Okay, look.
I mean, just based on stories like Tommy's told.
Well, his aren't subtle.
Of being physically threatened by women.
No, I have slept with women
that
that
it's not like you could go back and forth thinking like, oh, maybe she meant it that way. Maybe she was serious about actually hurting me. No, like they actually, I mean, one tried to run you over with her car.
Yeah. I mean, I have slept with women that did assault me.
Yeah.
And then I still slept with
afterwards.
them. I mean, I've been assaulted by the women and still slept with them.
I mean, if you are new to the show, I mean, this is the greatest story of all time. Tommy was engaged in early 90s. You were sleeping around on your fiance.
Yes.
With a woman named Troutmouth.
Yes.
Which was a nickname you gave her.
Yeah, and she had a bald spot.
She had a bald spot.
Yeah. But South Florida balls, which means it's tan. It blended in.
When she found out that she was the other woman, after a comedy show.
Yeah, in the comedy club parking lot.
She got in her car and tried to run you over.
Yeah, and I jumped up on a picnic table, and she was going to run me over.
Most athletic move he's ever made.
Yeah, you'd be amazed at how, you're vertical when you're that scared.
And you said later that night you had sex with her.
Yes. That's South Florida, man.
Like, were you, okay, after that happened, though, were you scared at all moving forward of this woman? Like, was there any hesitation in your mind thinking, like, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I should avoid her.
I mean,
but like, were you scared after that? I guess is my question. No,
but that was stupidity on my part.
Okay, but here's the thing.
But it is amazing though that like no fear at all after that, like going back and talking to her.
But that wasn't the first time I ever got assaulted though. So
you've been there doing that, guys.
No, but I mean, like
I'm used to it.
I mean, I got assaulted at a Perkins at midnight in my old condo at work. Yep. That chick punched me out at work, man. She dropped me, and I had slept with her the night before.
You were telling guys about how horrible the sexual experience was.
I wasn't bad sex. I was just breaking down some physicalities, and I still stayed with that chick. I dated her for a little while after she knocked me out.
Okay. With the sentence,
so I am committed.
With the sentence that she's more dangerous than you think. You know the women you've had in your life that can walk that dangerous line. They've got that look in their eye.
Oh, sure.
They react in strange ways at strange times. They have a lot of passion, and that passion, Tommy, can be good in certain moments. Right. It could also lead you to being bruised, bloodied, running for your life. And someone needs to sound the alarm for men of America. These situations that we've all put ourselves back into have a chance to end so badly for us. I mean, is it fair to say that all men at some point in their lives have put themselves in a dangerous situation with a woman knowingly after it was over?
Yeah.
I think men have put themselves in dangerous situations even after you know what that woman's done to past boyfriends and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Like, a woman has a history of doing those things. You get warned, and for some reason you think it's going to be different with you.
No, you're absolutely right.
So you remember I told you my sister set me up with this chick that was working in the bakery with her, right? This is a Winn-Dixie where we all kind of work together. So I remember I took her out for that first date. I go, hey, you want to go here? She goes, no, I can't go in there. And I would go, sure. Yeah, it's just some people that I want to deal with right now. Like, I know she's in there and he's in there. I don't want to go in. So, like, I knew, like, she got into some kind of scuzzy Southern bar trouble immediately.
It's the reddest of red flags.
Yes.
Southern bar trouble is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
But she was a hard ass skank, man, and I still.
What the?
No, I mean nice.
She was a nice hard ass skank.
She had a good heart.
Okay.
But she didn't want to piss her off. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like even when I went over
this
to her.
sounds like a guy making excuses for dating a dangerous person.
And this is 30 years after it happened. He's still making excuses.
So like
she had a good heart though, guys. She just like to beat people up sometimes.
But like even when I went over to her house, there were like tells in the house.
For example?
She was a kid. I mean, I say kid. She was probably like 22, 23.
Okay.
And I'm dating her, so I ended up picking her up at her house one day. And like even the house had some subtle signs that these people could get violent. They had a lot of violent Southern things on the walls of their house and furniture that says, "Don't piss us off."
Okay.
Boy.
Wow.
You dating my daughter. You dating my skanky daughter. You respect my Southern skanky daughter, boy.
It's amazing you're still alive.
I know.
252 WCMF.
It's good to be low to the ground.
252-9260. We're talking about the story.
Unless there's a car coming at you.
No, it's right over you, man. You wouldn't even feel it.
He's like a squirrel.
I could have touched those axles.
Story out of Penn. A 33-year-old woman allegedly stabbed her ex-boyfriend during an argument, puncturing his lungs. She tried to tell police that she accidentally tripped while holding the pocket knife. She was arrested, taken to jail for arraignment. The guy, it sounds like he's going to be okay. But we're talking about how that woman is more dangerous than you think. And I don't mean this woman, the woman in your life, because men have a tendency when we are single to take the path of least resistance and go find that ex, and it didn't work out for a reason. And here's the thing about men.
What's that?
We tend to overestimate everything about ourselves in these situations. We think because we're bigger and tougher that these women can't actually hurt us, which this man in his story can attest that's not true. What might be a bigger issue?
What's that?
All men think that we are way more charming than we actually are.
Oh, yeah.
that this woman, who could be furious with us, anger that has the heat of 1,000 suns.
She's blinded by anger.
Yeah. All we have to do is look him in the face, sweet talk him.
Just give him a little sugar.
Baby.
Give him a little Scooby snack.
Come on. Like, we all think that we could look these furious women in the face and go, baby, don't be like that. Come on, don't be like that, baby.
Yeah.
Why don't you come in old Papa's arms here?
You're giving nastier than me now.
Let me caress you gently. See? Doesn't feel good, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Stop doing it. But the biggest issue.
What's that?
We put ourselves in the most vulnerable positions thinking we're going to get something out of it.
Oh, yeah. And you will. You can. You could.
Yeah, as long as she doesn't have a pocket knife.
But, I mean, there is that makeup sex, right?
Yeah, but
most guys think they were going to get that.
But you got to be alive to get there.
True that.
Look, we get blinded if we have the smallest inkling that there could even be some kind of chance of something sexual down the road, which is the dumbest thing you could do, because even if it somehow goes that way, when it's all said and done, she's just going to be more upset with you. Like, you've just made the situation worse.
Yeah.
And we keep doing it. And this ain't like a kid thing. Like, single men in their 40s, 50s, and 60s do this exact thing. We never learn our lesson.
Yeah, we're just big dumb dogs.
It also, I mean, even if you think you're going to get something out of it down the road, it's also going to affect potential future relationships for you, because if I'm the next girl that comes around and you got crazy threatening me in the background, I'm probably out.
Well, it means you're not committed. All right, let me ask you a serious question.
But by the way, you always hide that till the last possible minute.
You think you can hide somebody that's threatened your life?
You don't say anything till you see her coming up the driveway. Hey, give me a minute, all right? I got to go out and take care of this.
Camille, let me ask you a serious question. And maybe you're too mature for this now, but back in the day, if you were in your mid-20s and you were dating a guy you really liked, good-looking, and you found out he had a crazy ex, that wouldn't make him more intriguing that he had something to offer that was so good? This girl...
until I'm scared.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, yes, like the idea of it, sure. You think it's going to just kind of go away with time. Until like that threat starts to get a little more real, I think, and then I would imagine you're kind of backing away from that situation.
Like, you know why women do that? Because like half the time, if that chick does chase away that girl, we'll be like, all right, fine. Let's have sex. You know what I mean? Like, well, she's gone and you're here.
Right. I mean, it's pretty base thinking.
You know, women get criticized all the time for falling for the wrong guys.
Yeah.
You know, like women like bad boys. Women like bums that treat them badly.
There was that book, right? Smart Women, Dumb Choices.
You got it. Yes. Why don't women open their eyes and see the mistakes they make? But we do the exact same thing. Like, guys love crazy. And again,
because we never think it through.
But how? How? Because again, 16 to 76 and everywhere in between. You feel the same way. Like, guys want to save women, right? You want to be that knight in shining armor, just like we criticize women for being like, he's no good for you. He's not going to change. He ain't going to change. But we're going to save that woman.
Yeah.
And that goes not only, Tommy, for the dumbest men of all time, but Nobel Prize winners do this.
Oh, yeah.
It runs the gamut. So why do women have this reputation of they don't know what's good for them? Meanwhile, we're getting stabbed. We're taking on chicks that can't support themselves in any way, right? Thinking we're going to be their knight in shining armor, and we're like, yeah, we're nailing it. It's a pretty good idea. You're bleeding out of your lungs, stupid women and their partners they choose.
Well, I think it's just the fact that you think physically you could handle something if it went wrong. I think that's part of it too.
Okay, I mean, yeah,
you have
you're
like
right.
this false, you have this false sense of like, if things go really wrong, like I'm not going to get hurt here, even though that's the dumbest thing to think if somebody threatens you in any way.
And guys will do it to other guys.
Yeah.
Hey, you better control your woman.
Or they'll, shame you if you think that she hurt. If you tell them, she punched me or something, they'll shame you and be like, oh, you can't take a punch.
Well, no, you bring that up. I mean, I remember this call vividly.
Yeah.
It was like 5 years ago, and we got a call from a guy. I don't remember what we were talking about. And he said I knew this guy. I played hockey with this guy. He was a big, intimidating dude. And I didn't know this about him. He revealed on the air that he was with a woman. He was married to a woman that beat him.
Yeah, they abused him.
Yeah. And he walked us through how it would happen and how all of a sudden he felt trapped and he felt like it was his fault and he felt like there were things he had to do. And you heard this big, scary, burly man describe how he descended into being abused by this woman.
She turned him into a little squeaking mouse.
Exactly. I mean, you're right, Kibbe. You're absolutely right. Like, he didn't feel like he could talk to his friends about it. He was ashamed.
Yeah, you shame each other into staying. without even really realizing it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. So look, again, if there is one thing that you take from this discussion, and the poor thing that happened to this man being stabbed by his 33-year-old ex-girlfriend, according to police, please, she is more dangerous than you think she is.
She got claws.
Yes. All right, so it's been about a week. So we have another judge in our region that is in some serious trouble.
Right.
This one might take the cake.
Oh, really?
Because first of all, this isn't some small-town justice like we normally talk about.
You said Supreme something.
State Supreme Court Justice.
Right. Number 1.
We're playing in the big leagues, baby.
All right.
And you would think that would mean this woman would know when to shut her mouth, but it's not the case.
Okay.
It's on body camera.
Oh.
It's on body camera.
Really?
And I want you to think of like the worst things somebody could do in a row not being a judge. Okay. And then put a robe on them. We'll tell you the story next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle up for a very powerful person who may have done and said a string of the worst things possible in a row on camera in a place that she should have never been in the first place. In fact, the lack of awareness here is almost impressive. Because on the surface, it's another judge from our region that is in some serious trouble.
Oh, boy.
But past that, how, in your position, could you have these feelings that were so strong that you felt the need to say them out loud here? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Right now, you can log on.
What do I do in a lagoon?
You can go to WCMF.com, enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Train and REO Speedwagon.
Nice show.
They're going to be at the Empower Federal Credit Union Amphitheater at Lakeview in Syracuse, July 31st, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets for that are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. Just after 7:45, a man who was either defending his daughter or is a psychopath.
Well, it could be the same thing. Because guys will turn into psychopaths to save their daughter.
Well, here's the thing. He wasn't trying to save his daughter. He was trying to save his daughter's lunch.
Oh.
And
that's a little different.
What he did to this animal may have people split.
Okay, wait.
It's just because of what animal it is.
All right.
It's horrific.
But
nobody likes these animals.
Okay.
We'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Aaron Gall is a state Supreme Court judge. And you could be hearing that name a lot over the next few weeks.
What happened with Miss Gall?
Well, the reason would be a fallout from an incident at a high school graduation party that happened all the way back in July of 2022.
Oh, this has been sitting for a while.
Well, there's a reason we're just finding out about it now. Story in the Democrat and Chronicle says the party was at a friend of a family's home.
Okay.
And it was a high school graduation party that had a keg. Now, here's the thing. It does not out and out say that this party was for her son, although it does say in the story that her son had graduated from high school.
Right.
It said that the judge admitted to making an error in judgment having a keg at the party. So it kind of sounds like they were having a party for their son at someone else's house, but I don't know.
Well, sometimes you have those group graduations where a couple of kids get together at one party.
That's true.
Yeah, but her son was definitely at the party.
Okay.
The party
sounds like a nice fun time.
Oh, well, no, it wasn't. Because an issue showed up at the party.
What was the issue?
Fights broke out between some teenagers.
So the kid got out of control.
Yes, whatever you just said, that's what happened. Police showed up at the graduation party in an attempt to de-escalate the situation. According to the Democrat and Chronicle, the judge first tried to direct the officers to who should be arrested by telling, and while doing that, telling them multiple times she was a judge.
Okay.
Police told her that we don't have evidence to make arrests. We just got here.
All right.
Yet she wanted those people arrested, despite the fact that records show her son was also a part of those fights.
Yeah.
Okay. So far she's saying arrest him. And the police are saying they can't do that.
Yeah,
She's
it
going,
doesn't
don't
work
care.
that way.
Exactly.
All right.
Police also say she encouraged them to arrest black teenagers. She is seen on body cameras saying they don't look like they're smart. They don't look like they're going to business school, that's for sure. That was also right after she informed the police officer her son was going to business school.
She said that to the police officer?
She said that to the police officer. Okay. It is on the body cam
And these are all people that are invited to this party.
I don't know who is invited.
Guessing?
I don't know.
All right,
I mean, the kids are there. We don't know.
And the keg is flowing, I'm guessing.
So she then told the cops that she expected some of the black teenagers were going to return to look for their missing car keys that were left behind, and then said to the cops on body cam, you can go watch the footage yourself, quote, when they trespass, you can shoot them in the property. All shoot them on the property.
Okay.
An officer then pushed back and can be seen on the body cam saying, you can't shoot someone for simply going on your property. Do you hear what you're saying? You're all white privileged people with high-powered jobs. That is a quote from the cop. When another cop pushed back and explained to her that if they arrested the kid she wanted arrested, they would face a civil rights lawsuit for questionable arrest. She is caught on body camera saying, and remember, she is a state Supreme Court judge.
Yeah.
Quote, the good part is I'm always on your side. You know I'd take down anyone for you guys. You know that.
The stupidity of it all. Like, you know how this works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, of anybody.
Well, we've seen this a bunch now.
Yes, we
Y'all know how this works, but you still go down this road.
You're right. But the cherry on top of the Shiznit show Sunday,
what happened?
When it was all finishing up, she told the teens to take Ubers home while saying, and I quote, "That's how I roll. That's how Mrs. G rolls. That's how Judge G rolls. We're clearing this place out."
I do love Judge G roll.
That's how Judge G rolls, bro.
So she's head gangster here, getting the kids out into Ubers.
Head gangster / state Supreme Court judge.
Man.
So the reason we are finding out about this now is that mystery state judges commission on whatever affairs.
Oh, that secret panel?
Which, by the way, we've been hearing about way too much. We shouldn't even know this thing exists. Has been investigating. And this week, they recommended she should be removed on account of A, wanting special treatment from the police because she is a judge. B, threatening to call a police superior to one of the officers when they would not do what she asked. And C, and I'm quoting the judges panel, quote, creating at least the appearance of racial bias.
So what about, because she said in the beginning, if I got it right, she said getting the keg was a bad idea.
She admitted to to this panel of judges that she made an error in judgment with the keg.
Because that makes it sound like that these kids were drinking beer. Now, I don't know if it's
I'm
right.
I'm with you.
So why isn't that part of, like,
That's a great question.
Serving alcohol to minors or even having them have access?
Maybe
to
they
it?
couldn't prove it. Maybe just having the keg while the kids were there is enough of an error in judgment. Maybe,
but then I guess
well, the implication could be you were drunk around kids. I don't know. But there's nothing that suggests here that the kids were drinking alcohol, just to be clear to answer your question. Okay. So.
Quite a party. Woo!
Now, here's the thing.
Judge G?
The judge and her lawyer have not made a comment about this. So they're locking
Smart move there.
We can now put this woman in that giant pile of judges from our region that are accused of doing bad stuff. And this time, it ain't some small-time town justice that we normally talk about. This is a Supreme Court justice for the state of New York.
So that's the highest you could be, right, in New York?
No, there's the Burrito Supreme State Court Justice.
Oh, I didn't know they did that.
Yeah, no, it's a justice and you get guac. It's also alarming, Tommy, that this happened over 2 years ago.
Yeah, how come what was the slow rollout of this thing?
I mean, well, now if we go back in history to a case we're familiar with, Judge Leticia Stasio.
But we knew she was in trouble to begin with.
Only because she had been arrested, right? She was initially arrested on that charge of DWI going into work, and then everything went haywire. Right. I mean, if she wasn't arrested here, maybe it wasn't public record until the commission starts making a ruling on something.
But like... Dorley, right? When she had
Sandra
that,
Dorley, yes.
I mean, you knew about that immediately, and that was a cop on a camera. Boom.
We only knew about it because the Webster Police Department decided to release the body cam footage. Remember, before the body cam footage came out, Sandra Dorley released a statement, and it was a very defiant statement, saying she did nothing wrong, she was speeding, she had an excuse, and all of a sudden the body cam footage came out, and then she had to go on Good Morning America and was like, hey, guys, hey, listen.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so the fact that we haven't heard about this for 2 years is a little problematic.
I would think.
Well, has she been sitting and seeing cases for the last 2 years?
Well, they didn't remove her, right?
Kimmy, can you Google if she's been suspended? Again, her name is Erin Gall, State Supreme Court Justice.
Great last name.
Especially for this situation.
Miss Gall.
I mean, if you have these accusations and the findings of this thing, right? And you've been... Go ahead, Kimmy.
So the story, this story that just came out, it says New York Judge Erin Gall faces removal.
Oh, I understand she faces actual removal. I'm asking if she had been suspended for seeing cases. Because I
guess if you don't remove her, she probably could still do the gig.
Well, no, but you can lock her behind closed doors and have her do like paperwork stuff. If I remember the Leticia Stasio story
But
correctly.
she's like a Supreme Court judge, right? So that means you only get special cases brought to you?
I think it has to work its way through the system.
Right. So, I mean, like, it's like they don't...
I'm not some big city lawyer.
I'm guessing they're not doing it every day, only when they have something in session.
Okay, you did what you always do. That is my biggest pet peeve that you do.
What is that?
You don't have to say something. If you start a sentence with, I'm guessing, it doesn't help us in any way.
Let me put it this way.
In fact, no, it's the opposite of helping us. It just makes the waters muddier.
I'm guessing probably.
Okay.
That there could be a reason why she only does it occasionally. Can I say that?
You can say whatever you want, man. It's a free country. Aaron Gall said whatever she want. Again, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this woman. She's a state Supreme Court justice here in New York. Her name is Aaron Gall. 2 years ago, July of 2022, there was a graduation party that she and her high school son who had just graduated were at. Maybe it was for him. Who knows? Story in the DNC says there was a keg at that party. There was fights at the party between teenagers. When police showed up to try and de-escalate the situation, she first told them multiple times she was a judge and started telling the cops who they should arrest. When the cops said, we don't have the evidence to do that, she continued. Police also say she encouraged them to arrest black teenagers, to which one of the cop responds, we can't do that. We can get in trouble for civil rights violations. She then says about the teenagers, quote, they don't look like they're smart. They don't look like they're going to business school. That's for sure. She said that after informing the cops that her son was going to business school. She then told the cops that they may come back looking for missing car keys, to which she said, quote, when they trespass, you can shoot them on my property. I'll shoot them on my property. The cops then pushed back and said, you can't just shoot people that are walking on your property. When again, the cops explained if they arrested who she wanted them to, they would be in violating people's civil rights. She said, quote, the good part is I am on your side. You know I'd take down anyone for you guys. You know that. But again, what might be the best quote of the story into a body cam. Allegedly, she told the teens to take Ubers home, and while doing that said, and I quote, that's how I roll. That's how Mrs. G rolls. That's how Judge G rolls. We're clearing this place out.
Question.
Yeah.
If the kids there weren't drinking, why did she have the car keys?
Right. It's so evident. Like, that statement right there is so damning.
Again, I don't know.
I don't
know.
Because I don't know why a kid wouldn't just keep the car keys on them. Why would they have to come back for their car keys?
Kimmy, the woman's got enough to deal with right now. That's a great question.
She got a full plate.
Okay. So, what might be the most shocking part of this? You have comments that she made allegedly wanting special treatment and, as the commission put it themselves, showed the appearance of racial bias.
Yeah.
And we've talked about this on the show before. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263 if you want to jump in. If someone is racist, you cannot stop them from being a racist.
No, you can do whatever you want.
Right? They have a right to keep their ideas and thoughts, and they can. But at the same time, they also can keep their ideas and thoughts out of the public eye. You may never know who has certain feelings about certain races, creeds, religions, whatever.
Yeah.
Which is a major problem for, I don't know, a judge.
Yes.
That being said, it is pretty amazing that this woman, knowing there were body cameras, could not keep her mouth shut in this situation. She knows what her job is.
Oh, yeah.
She knows she's a public figure. The story says she referred to herself as a judge to the cops multiple times. She even referred to herself as a judge when telling the kids to go home. If there is racial bias here, which again, that commission determined there was the at least appearance of, two things stand out.
What's that?
One, Tommy, if you want to be a racist, you can be as racist as you want. And like we said, no one will know in the privacy of your own home. You can go home, lock the doors, close the blinds, and say the most awful things in the world.
Yes.
The fact that someone in this position couldn't keep that in their house.
Couldn't hold it back.
You said it out loud, let alone to a group of cops that showed up at your door.
That have body cameras. And forget the body cameras. You also would have said it in front of dozens of witnesses.
Yeah.
Right?
You're not even doing middays on radio.
With no hesitation.
Well, I don't know.
And two, even if you're someone who thinks that having those feelings doesn't matter in a personal situation, this may now open up a massive can of worms.
Oh, yeah.
Because the judge, like the Judicial Commission, again, said her behavior showed the appearance of potential racial bias. Does this now have an effect on the cases she's presided over in the past? Because I think it is now...
go back and say, hey, man, I got screwed over here based on what her... I think... That probably wouldn't hold up.
Look, I don't know, but think about it this way. I think it is fair to ask if there are people in her courtroom based on what she said and how she acted that were treated unfairly because of the way they look. And on the other hand, I think it's fair to ask if there are people who were given breaks that should have been punished severely based on the way they looked. Is that an inappropriate question?
No.
Based on what we have in front of us?
But I've never seen that play out
but
that I can think of.
How often do you have video like this? Right? I mean, all of this happened, Tommy, simply because of a high school graduation party.
That she called. It's not even like somebody called the cops on her. She brought this to her house.
Yeah, it's a self-inflicted wound.
Yes, and she tried to take control of the situation. Go ahead.
I also do want to point out, it seems like she's been serving up until this point.
How is
I don't
that a
see
thing?
anything that says she was, that she took a break.
I mean, look, man, I don't mean to sound like, French Revolution, like, oh, how dare they keep screwing us over like this? But, like, how do you have an incident that happens like this?
So obvious.
That is being openly
like in
investigated.
your face.
It is being openly investigated. And this woman is allowed to use her judgment to change lives. She could potentially change people's lives.
Because the people that are doing this are also in that same position.
Man.
That's why it keeps happening, buddy.
Man. I mean, if there's one thing we learned over and over again, to your point.
It's really hard to remove a judge.
Well, that's one. That's one. But the other thing is, like, no matter how powerful your position, whether it be mayor or district attorney or judge or whatever, there doesn't seem to be a way to keep certain types of people out of positions that have the greatest effect on us. Because, like, we're all going to go in November and we're going to vote for president, right? And most people now believe this is the most important election that they've ever voted in, right? And that the consequences of this election will have ripple effects for the rest of our lives and generations beyond. And that's a fair statement to make. But I think you can also argue that the politicians you vote for locally, your district attorney, your judges, your town justices, right? State senators, whatever, those are the people that will have more of an effect on your life. But
here's the thing. But you can't. But I don't know these people. Like, they held this information back since 2022.
Yeah.
So, like,
that's a good point. Unless you lived in that town or knew somebody that had that story firsthand, you would have never heard about it.
So you could go, she's great.
Yeah.
Not even notice.
Can you? Well, you don't elect the state Supreme Court. Could you check if we elect her? I love how let me say something that sounds smart. I don't know if this woman's elected or appointed. Do you appoint state Supreme Court?
I thought they were appointed because I think there was a guy from here that was supposed to get that position.
Oh, he got it.
He didn't get it, but I thought the president or something appointed.
No, that's a federal
guys.
Judge, not a
federal
state judge.
Okay.
We are the dumbest show ever.
Well, there's so many judges, man.
We almost
kind
of sounded smart.
Yeah.
And then we blow it.
All right.
Hey, guys.
All right, so federal judge, president.
Yeah.
So maybe governor?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out here.
Maybe it's like a Hochul thing?
A whole?
It's a Hochul thing. For Judge G and a Hochul thing.
I mean, there's two ways to look at this story. I mean, one, it's horrific that, like, again, I mean, even take out the...
She throws a hell of a party. I mean, come on, man. That's one hell of a party. That sounds like my sister's fourth wedding. Where the cops showed up for a fist fight.
I mean, all right, so looking at this in two ways, right? I mean, if you can, take out the whole racial aspect of it, right? The fact that this insanity happened and she reacted the way that it did is troubling. On one hand, it is alarming that someone like this could have this job and react the way they did. On the other hand, it may also be comforting to know that you, sitting wherever you are right now in your car, in your office, watching us on YouTube, could be a state Supreme Court judge. Like, how much different is she than the craziest person you know?
True.
All right, Kimmy, appointed or elected?
In New York, it appears as though they are elected.
Okay. Oh. So can you Google the last election she won? Because if she won an election during this, that's a problem.
I don't want to know.
So she was elected to the in 2011, and it's a 14-year term.
All right, so,
14-year term?
Bro, the federal judges are lifetime, if I'm not mistaken.
Damn, that's insane.
What?
Like, you get to do the job for 14 years and you can suck at it.
She's done after next year anyways, right then?
Well, she'd have to be, is it only a one-time appointment? Or can
I don't know.
One-time election, or can you go again?
No, because then they get appointed again. And then they get elected.
How are we so stupid?
By the president.
Guys, pay attention to local politics. Did I vote? Do I vote for her? I don't know.
I don't remember voting for them people.
You just poll, man. You just walk in, click, 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 click. Like the mayor of your town, who you have voted for multiple times, got into a scandal.
I don't even know if I voted for him or somebody else that didn't get it.
But you still can't tell me his name. We talked about him on the show, and he tripped over a fire pit and is suing a company in the town which he presides over, and you still can't tell me his name.
Okay. I don't know nobody.
All right. So the moral of the story, again.
Yeah.
Scary part, that folks that we put our trust in can have feelings and reactions like this. The good part is you could be one of them.
You're just as good as a judge.
All right, let's take a break. This is really bad.
Oh.
Like horrific. Like if you watch this, your reaction would be terrifying.
Yeah, it would be alarming to see this happen in front of you.
But I think that there may be people that defend this man based solely on this animal.
You think until maybe you see it.
Oh, I'm with you there. I'm with you
But
there.
what was he trying to get back?
I'll explain everything next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Kimmy, you're right. I think if you witness this, no matter how you feel about these animals, you're horrified.
Yep.
I mean, it's bad enough where this guy is now facing charges.
Oh.
However, I feel like when we discuss this, it's going to be split right down the middle, despite what this man allegedly did to this thing.
How graphic is this going to get?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, get a little hate out.
That's right. You hate us. You write us letters. We read them out loud. And this woman is here to tell us that whether you are 2 or 22, you need your independence. We'll get to that letter just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from New Jersey.
Oh.
You know, it's summertime out there, so people are down by the shore.
Oh, Jersey.
And one 29-year-old man was hanging out with his family. He's from Cape May, New Jersey.
All right.
Exit 30. I don't know.
South Jersey boy.
He and his family were eating French fries on the beach. His daughter had some French fries.
All right.
When a seagull decided he was going to try and get some of
them
fries.
They will do that, for sure.
This 29-year-old man was furious with the seagull. He somehow got a hold of the seagull.
Well, he grabbed it?
He got a hold of the seagull.
Barehanded.
Yep. And ripped its head off its body.
Oh, what is he, Ozzy? Wait, he decapitated a bird?
He decapitated a seagull.
In front of his family.
In front of
because,
everybody.
You know, that French fry was traumatizing.
You ruined the fries. Wow. So, yeah, because I'm sure, the beach is packed.
Apparently, this was caught on a TikTok video. Did you see the video?
Nope.
I haven't seen the actual
video. I don't
want
to see it.
No.
So it says that cops were called. When the cops showed up, he allegedly became irate and uncooperative with officers.
Guy who could do that to a bird was irate about something.
He was charged with third-degree animal cruelty. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
He ripped the head off a seagull's body.
Yeah.
But there are an astonishing amount of people online, because this story went viral last night, that are defending him.
Yeah, was this over French fries? Was it that was attacking your kid?
No, they're defending him for ripping the head off a seagull.
How?
Well, they're
but
saying...
it's not even like he, snapped the bird's neck. Well,
maybe that's what he was going for.
Man, just took it too far?
I don't know.
Oh, my God. How are you such a... Why would you snap the bird's neck? Let's say
you
You tried to kill a seagull?
In front of your daughter.
A beach? Did you not think the seagulls would be there? It's kind of their place, man.
Great point.
Now, the argument being made, argument that is being made in defense of this man from a lot of people is you don't think twice when you try and exterminate rats from your home. You don't think twice when you try and exterminate mice from your home.
That is true. In your home.
So what is different about the seagull?
Okay, so when I'm in my house and there's an animal, you're in my house. But when I'm outside, I'm in their house. So they're allowed to be. You know what I'm saying?
All right, let me ask you a question.
Right.
Let's say I was walking into work this morning, and we see rats around here every once in a while.
Right.
All right. And a rat comes across my face, and I freak out, and I step on it just in a reaction, crush the thing. Can I be arrested for animal cruelty?
No.
Okay, so then I guess, and by the way, I'm with you guys, it's horrific. But if I'm playing...
Because I can poison rats in my house legally.
But in your house.
Right.
In your house, not out in the open like I would have been if I stepped on a rat.
If you're walking around New York City and you see a rat and you step on it.
Step on it to kill it.
Gotta happen.
Okay, but can I be arrested? Because if I'm not arrested for that, and I'm not defending what this man did, I'm just asking, how is he charged with that where I wouldn't be charged for stepping on the rat?
Well, rats spread disease.
So do seagulls.
Not like rats. I've never heard of a...
They call them rats with wings.
No, that's crows, isn't it?
Pigeons.
Pigeons. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. Because I would be fine with you stomping on a rat.
No, you can't be horrified by decapitated bird and be cheering me on stepping on a rat.
I don't want to see it, but if I would say, good, you killed the damn thing before it comes in here.
I think it's also
and they bite.
The act. Like if you did that to a rat in front of everybody, you pulled the head off a rat.
You mean a seagull or a rat?
A rat.
Okay, yeah.
I'm trying to do the equivalent here. I think you may... I mean, just from traumatizing people around you may be the bigger issue.
Or you can't torture an animal. Maybe that would be considered torture, like ripping it apart over just a quick stomp.
Well, no, I would think, if I'm being honest with you, I would think that ripping the head off would probably kill it quicker than me stomping
it. But it's more graphic.
They're both pretty graphic.
Just go Gallagher on its ass.
Look, I'm not saying hurt anything. I don't want to hurt anything. I'm just trying to figure out where the law is here and where someone gets in trouble versus where they're not getting in trouble. Because, I mean, the argument that these people are making, I guess, is a valid argument. If it's a pest, why is he in trouble for killing it?
All right, so let's say you're sitting outside, you get a slice of pizza.
Okay.
You set it down for a second, and a rat grabs your pizza and runs out, because this would be the same scenario.
Pizza rat.
You chase the rat down and you stomp on it to get your pizza back. Then I think you're in trouble.
But you're just making stuff up.
No, because I'm using the same scenario.
Okay.
That bird was going after food as the rat. You were sitting there and a rat comes across you and you stomp it on it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you didn't have a reason to, or maybe you did. But now you're just chasing it down because it took your pizza and you stomped on it. Maybe it'd be the same thing.
But it doesn't.
You'd be in trouble.
It doesn't say that he chased the bird. It sounds like he just got a hold of it.
By the way, he's got some good reflexes.
By the way, I'm looking at a picture of this guy. He looks exactly like a guy that would rip a head off.
Well, he's got to look like a bruiser.
No, I mean
I'm
like just
also
the douche that
guessing.
would. I think you could. I mean, you're a sissy. You could rip a head off a seagull, probably.
I couldn't do that.
I mean, not like. I mean, if
they're kind of attached pretty good.
Maybe not as much as we thought.
Well, I'm also thinking, like, if that's your first thought to do that, like, you've probably done it before.
You've done some nasty things.
Yeah, I don't want to know what history you have with animals.
All right. 252 WCMF. By the way, can I tell you how bad I'm judging this guy? How I know he's a piece of crap?
What's he wearing?
So it's a picture of him. It's like they must have taken it off his Facebook.
Yeah.
But he's wearing a White Sox Frank Thomas throwback jersey, but the jersey is obviously a knockoff from China.
Okay.
That's how I know this guy's.
And he's wearing a Chicago White Sox jersey in
matters.
In Jersey.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a throwback jersey. But I'm saying, like,
you don't like the jersey where it came
Well, I mean,
from.
I'm saying, man, you didn't pay full price. You got the knockoff from China. It tells me you're a certain type of person.
All right.
I guess logic dictates if you wear knockoff jerseys, you have the capability to decapitate a seagull.
Okay.
252 WCMF again. We're talking about the story. It happened in New Jersey. Went viral last night. A 29-year-old man was sitting on the beach with his daughter. A seagull tried to grab her onto her French fries. According to police, he got a hold of the bird and ripped its head off. He ripped its head off.
Yeah.
Police arrested him. He was charged with animal cruelty, but there are a shocking amount of people online that are saying this man did nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. Kimmy is answering phone calls over there. What seems to be the temperature of the room, Kimmy, as far as people defending or not
people
defending?
just bringing up other stories.
Oh, I see. Of other animals' heads
about
being ripped off?
I can't remember who they said. Somebody threw a ball at a pigeon once. Or not a pigeon, a
Randy
seagull.
Johnson. Are you talking about the pitch where he blew up that seagull?
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I took a bunch of calls, so I can't remember who they said. But they threw a ball at a seagull to try to get it off their like porch or something, and they killed it, and they got. I don't know.
Oh,
they got in trouble?
This is what happens when you don't want to go on the air and you just relay a message to me.
Right now, Kimmy's scolding all of us. This is what happens when you don't want to say it. Yeah, Randy Johnson. You remember that famous video?
Yeah, so it was during a baseball
But
game.
that was that wasn't an intentional.
It was just wrong place, wrong time, right?
It is one of the most amazing videos you'll ever see. For those who don't know, it was a spring training game like 20 years ago. And he winds up, Randy Johnson, one of the most intimidating, powerful pitches. Yeah, big unit. Big unit.
Whatever he is.
Somehow, a bird flies in the path of his fastball at the exact right time, and it's just an explosion of feathers. And you see this naked bird writhing on the ground until it dies.
Yeah. Well, that'd be a little shocking in spring training.
But like, here's the thing, man. Like, I'm imagining watching a bird get its head ripped off, and it sounds terrible. But I can watch that video over and over again of the bird exploding because it's just so amazing.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Well, it's such an oddity.
Somebody just called and said that seagulls are protected under some like bird act or something.
Oh,
and
I didn't know we were talking bird law.
Again, like you're giving me too much information in like a 60-second window. But yeah, they're protected. And that's why, like, that would be different than, like, a rat or something.
Okay, all right. No matter what the situation is, for the rest of your life, now you know you can't rip a head off a seagull.
Yeah, leave them alone.
So if you were planning on doing that, don't. It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. You know what that means.
Are we going to get some hate?
We get lots of letters from you folks through the mail telling us how terrible we are. And we pick the best ones, and we bring them to the air. And this involves a story that happened about 2 weeks ago with a 2-year-old child found wandering through a town in our area, and we'll catch you all up on that.
Right.
The initial question we had wasn't, is this okay? It was, who do you contact if you find this kid?
Right.
A woman heard that. She wrote us a letter, and she says it's not about who you call. It's about calling anyone at all.
This is insane.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We can all agree that different people would do different things in the discussion we had 2 weeks ago.
Sure.
That being said, even on the scale of kids had more freedom to be kids back in the day, this take this woman has is insane.
Yeah, what generation did she live in where this was cool? Like you saw this on a regular basis?
Well, look, I didn't grow up when she did, so maybe it was her generation.
All right, but I'm probably her generation.
Okay. Well, look, if what this woman says is true, we are all lucky as hell that we made it to adulthood alive and in one piece. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. Back on July 9th, we told you about a story from Phelps. An Ontario County Sheriff's Department, the Ontario County Sheriff's Department said someone found a 2-year-old child wandering alone through the village. The kid was shirtless and shoeless, just shorts. He was rocking the Incredible Hulk look.
So how old?
2. Police eventually found the 32-year-old mother, and she was arrested, charged with endangering the welfare of a child. And when we had this discussion initially 2 weeks ago, the discussion circled around whether to call the cops right away, knowing that parent, if you called the cops, would most likely get into serious trouble, or grabbing that kid and finding the parents yourself, knowing that even the best parents in the world can lose sight of their child and mistakes can happen. Because how many stories, Tommy, have we heard on the air of great parents, you turn your back for a second, and all of a sudden your kid's running down the street? Both of you decided you were calling the cops, right? Well, one woman had an issue with that.
What'd she say?
In fact, she didn't have an issue with just calling the cops. She had an issue with doing anything at all.
Like getting involved at all.
Yes, because it seems she thinks that getting involved in situations like this is the reason kids are so soft these days.
I mean, me a hard baby, not one of them soft babies.
Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, wanting us fired. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
It's no one's business but the mother and father when a child is playing in their yard, in the park, or walking down the street. I was listening to WCMF today when I heard your employees say that they were going to call the police when they saw a shirtless child outside. Why? Why do you think that child needs help? No one said the child was hurt. No one said the child asked for help. Why are you butting into a child being a child? It didn't used to be this way. Kids were allowed to go out and play independently, and we were going to leave it up to their parents to decide if that was okay. It's your God-given right as a parent to make that decision. You see parents now hovering over their teenage and adult children. You see grown people that can't survive on their own or make decisions. That all stems from not letting your kids be independent when they're little. If you want strong-willed men and women in their 20s and 30s, you have to allow them to gain their independence as kids and stop trying to parent every child that isn't your own when you see them walk out of their front door. Sincerely, Debbie.
That's one tough Debbie right there. Let me tell you, my day, sometimes I just go downtown as a 2-year-old and be breastfed by strange women waiting for the bus. I was just tired of them same old boobies. Then I get a pack of smokes and go back to Toddler Town. What world did this woman live in where 2-year-olds were just
roaming
strutting
free.
their stuff, man, like Travolta in the 70s downtown?
Look, leave the 2-year-old alone. He's playing
Jumping
by
him
himself. Right? Yeah. Look, I hope
Raise you a hard baby.
I hope to God that she misheard the story and didn't realize the kid was that young.
Yeah.
That's my only hope here, because it would be absolute insanity.
But if I find a 9-year-old downtown, just walking around here.
Downtown 9-year-old?
Yeah. I would be concerned for that kid. Right?
Okay. Oh, well, I'll ask you this. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, because now you bring up the actual debate. Does, what was her name again? I'm sorry?
Debbie.
Thank you. Of course you remember that one. Does Debbie have a point about independent kids back in the day versus today?
Man, it wasn't good when, back in the day, it wasn't good. Because people make it sound like no kid got abused in the 1950s. We just didn't find out about it because there was a shame.
That's true.
You're
and
right.
we are finding out a lot of those stories now as, those people are adults and, feeling comfortable talking about it, I guess.
You're right. But, I mean, look, the fact is, whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, we are less likely to let our kids be on their own, make their own mistakes, be their own people compared to the generations before us. I mean, is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And I mean, you see a 9-year-old walk in the city of Rochester.
If I saw a kid walking down the street down here.
9 years old?
Yeah. There's nothing for a kid around here.
I mean, there's apartment buildings over here. You could live here.
I think that's dangerous.
Well, but you also think this neighborhood is dangerous.
I worry when Spezzano walks to his car. I'm concerned for him.
Well, they say from a distance he kind of looks like an 8th grader.
That's one rough-ass 8th grader, bro.
For God's sakes, man.
That 8th grader's seen some things, boy. No, but I worry about kids like that, especially, and I don't want to say like things were better back then. There was less people.
Okay.
There's more people now.
There's more people now, so you got to watch out for your kids.
Well, think about it. Population, let's say the population has doubled since whenever, right?
Okay, 1960.
All right, so that means you got more people, which means you got more good people and you got more bad people.
Okay.
So...
But shouldn't the good people outweigh the bad people?
Yes,
or
but
even it out, right?
I don't know.
It takes a good person with a toddler to take down a bad person with a toddler.
True that.
I also don't know how connected people are to their communities and neighborhoods as they used to be. I mean, I'm not saying it was any safer.
That's an old man take right there.
No.
People used to be connected to their neighborhoods.
I wasn't finished with my take.
Jeez, Kimmy.
Give me some space.
Jeez, she's very angry with the phones today.
You just crapped all over my point before I was done making it.
I hate when he does that.
I'm going to stop talking. I'm sorry, Kimmy.
No, I'm saying I think people were more comfortable letting their kids do that back in the day because they felt like they knew their neighbors and people who owned businesses. Like they were like, oh, my kid will be fine. Rose down the street. She'll probably keep an eye on him.
It's a good name.
Every neighborhood had to have a Rose.
And I think that
every neighborhood had its Rose.
Because a lot of people don't necessarily make those kind of connections anymore, or they're just more skeptical. That's why, parents are much more aware of what could go wrong.
So think of the neighborhood I grew up in as a kid. Mm-hmm. There were mom's home all up and down the street. There were eyes all over the street.
Okay.
And my old man, on Saturday morning, Sunday morning, I had to take my bike up to the convenience store because he knew the guy and he had an account there. And I had to get him the newspaper and 2 packs of smokes. And I was 9 or 10 and ride back. That was like my big adult thing to do in the morning.
They sold 10-year-old Tommy 2 packs of smokes?
Because you knew my dad.
Is that why you're growth stunted?
Yeah, probably. Just from touching parliaments. And yeah, I mean, that was the thing. Like, that's just... My father thought that was a fine way to parent.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Hate Mail of the Week. A woman named Debbie writes us a letter after a story we told you about. A 2-year-old, just in shorts, no shoes, no shirt, wandered around Phelps. The mother was arrested, charged with endangering the welfare of a child after they found her. Debbie says no one should have butted it at all. Don't call the police. Don't find the parents. The problem with today is we don't let kids be kids. The kids didn't ask for help. He could have been out there doing independent stuff. Let your kids be independent. I'll ask you guys this.
Make a man out of that, baby.
And again, the phone number is 252-WCMF. Do you guys remember the first age you were allowed out of your parents' sight to like go play in the neighborhood?
Oh,
had to be when I first started riding bikes.
So like 5, 6?
Yeah, because you'd go to like your friend's house down the street or something, and that's when I think they were. I mean,
I can remember walking.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
as long as I can keep my eye on you.
Yeah, just walking. I just remember going to I still remember the kids' name, the DeMassey twins.
Okay.
And my mother liked them.
Sounds like a really crappy kids book series.
So my mother liked them because they were also Sicilian.
Okay.
Play with your own kind. So I can remember I was a little kid and I had to be at least, I don't think I was in school yet. I kind of remember it.
Okay.
I was 4 or 5.
Okay, so your mother at 4 or 5, 6 years old would let you go without...
I would walk across the street and it was quiet neighborhood and go see the DeMassey kids.
Okay, but here's the thing. 5, 6, 7 years old, you wouldn't see that today.
No.
Right?
That's a good thing.
So that's the better way to be,
right,
is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. My mother didn't even watch me from the porch to see if I got over there or make sure you have Mrs. DeMassey, let me know you got there. My mother just went back to her business.
Well, I think she wanted you kidnapped, which I understand. But when it comes to the rest of the kids, cruel. I mean, look, you can, I think, as wrong as this woman is, and this woman is wrong in her take, I do think that her point that waiting longer to give our kids independence, it does have an effect on the way you grow up.
Well, don't you kind of chip away at it, though? Not head downtown on your own. Otherwise, you don't need shoes or a shirt.
Well, we're finding walking around without shoes actually helps your foot health. Right, I don't know if you've been on Conspiracy Theory Instagram lately. Okay, in your mind then, right now, a parent can let their kid roam free in the neighborhood at what age?
I would say, in the neighborhood?
Yeah, but out of your sight in the neighborhood, go play, come home for lunch, come home for dinner.
8, 9, I guess, would be all right.
All right.
But I would still freak. If I was a parent, I'd still be freaking out.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm thinking. I let my kids do that only within like a certain radius of our house, like one street over here, one street over there, because we live.
But it's still got to be top of mind all the time. You got to be a nervous wreck.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think I only allowed that because I could like tag them. I could put something on them where I could see on my phone where they were at all times. Like that didn't exist when we were kids.
Right.
All right, 252 WCMF 252-9263. Folks have been waiting patiently. I apologize, running our mouths here. Let's talk to Bill. Hey, Billy boy, how's it going?
Good, and you?
Good, Bill. What you got?
You sure that was in Phelps and not Lyons? And because the only reason I asked is about 2 weeks ago, I found a 2-year-old walking the streets at 2 a.m.
Oh no, this one I think happened in the middle of the day. But go on, Bill. Go on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, at 2 a.m. I found one, and I called 911.
You make it sound like a largemouth bass. I found one of them 2-year-olds. 11 o'clock. All right, so Bill, do you know what happened?
With the thing, no, I have no idea. I was just, I can't sleep, so I'm away to work on one of my properties, and I was driving by, and this little kid with a diaper on, I drove by him, and I was like, what the hell?
Whoa.
So I pulled over the side of the road. The kid came running right up to me.
All right, well, it means you're a kind soul. They say children, much like golden retrievers, they only go to good people.
All right.
So, Bill, I will ask you this. Like, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 52.
Oh, you're 52 years old. Do you remember what age you were allowed to have free reign of the neighborhood without your parents watching you?
Probably 7 or 8, but it wasn't a free reign of the whole town.
Okay. No. Look, you did the right thing here, man. I'm with you 100%. I think this woman's letter is wrong. I'm just trying to figure out, because I wasn't alive, Tommy, when you guys were kids. Right, I mean, this guy's a little younger than you are, right? I'm just trying to gauge where that governor was for parents. Yeah. You know what I mean? So, Bill, this woman's take is a bad take.
In those days, though, before we got home, our parents knew what the hell we did if we did something wrong.
Well, no, because he's saying like the parents would narc on you in the other neighborhood.
No, I get it. I mean, I like to believe. I like that we all still believe that. But bro, there's tons of stuff, Bill, Tommy, that we did wrong.
Oh,
that our parents never found out about. Right?
Well, yeah.
Okay, so. Well, Bill, you did a good.
We got busted more than we got caught.
Oh well, that just means you were bad. You were bad at being bad, Bill.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, thanks for the call, buddy. You did the right thing. Find a 2-year-old. How many 2-year-olds are free range now? Jeez.
Apparently.
You were gonna say something?
I would just freak out if I was in the middle of the night. I see a baby. Where was it? He was in Phelps.
2 a.m. in Phelps?
No, Lions. He said Lions. This story was Phelps. He said Lions.
I would freak out.
You just call the cops.
Like I know, but I don't know why that.
But I guess that would be such an obvious situation that you need to call the cops for. You know what I mean?
But I also want to know. I'm freaking out. Why is that kid? What happened? How did that kid get there?
Oh, you mean like something could be wrong with the parents?
Yeah, like it could be even deeper than that kid.
Sure.
Just hanging.
All right, I see you guys on hold. Sit tight as we have, because I want to bring up another point here. In all the years of doing this show, and with me raising kids personally, it seems like parenting finally comes down, like it's simple enough to boil down to a math equation.
What's that?
How much danger you are okay with your kid being exposed to.
All right.
Because when you make this argument, kids back in the day were allowed to do more stuff. You're right, but we were also exposed to more danger. And the fact is, you can't protect your kids from all danger. Your job as a parent is to keep them safe, but part of growing up is breaking bones, getting in arguments with people they care about,
kid stuff.
Learning tough lessons, making mistakes, right? Parents can accept that. But there are other dangers that can show up when kids go off on their own and left to their own logic and devices, right? Like, as a parent, you have to do that math equation in your head. What dangers am I willing to accept at the age my child starts to gain X amount of independence?
All right.
But I'm bad at math, so
child-appropriate danger.
Is that a fair way to put it?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, one of the weirdest parts of raising kids and getting older, like there are a lot of people who feel the way Debbie does. I mean, maybe not as extreme as she does, but kids these days are soft because they don't have independence, right? But like, you're also forgetting all the stuff we got into when we were kids, to the point that we were always caught before you got home. No, we weren't.
Even just like dangerous stuff that you did. It had nothing to do with like other adults, but like, let's put this ramp here and see how far we can launch ourselves. Yes. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that where somebody could have got seriously hurt. But you did it because there were no other adults around.
Do you remember the first time you ever went on a construction site that was like...
Oh, yeah.
Like, I can remember. That was like the coolest thing after, they're all gone home and we're walking around looking at all this stuff and nobody was around. And there's like pits and heavy machinery and tools and stuff. And it was the first... I'm going to be creepy here for
Yeah, no, go nuts, yeah.
It's the first time I ever saw a dirty magazine.
Wow.
Was at a construction
on the
site.
construction site?
Like somebody left it there?
Yeah, with the guys.
Oh.
And I remember I was with this other kid. I'm like, what is this? I'm like, man, these people really like each other. Like I didn't even know what I was looking at the time, but it was a porn mag, and I'm a kid. And I think I want to say I was like 11.
Okay. That's about right.
No, this was like hardcore pornography. It wasn't like your brother's penthouse.
You didn't have to. I mean, you could have just stopped talking. Let me tell you about what's going on.
I didn't even know things did that stuff.
No, but to your point, like, so I grew up around the corner for Wegmans Park and Gates, and they were like building stuff there, and you know, of course, it's all shut down, so we go look at it.
Right.
And like, you know, if I would have lost a hand, Danny Wegman would have been paying for that hole in my house.
Right.
Like, I was so close to financial security
Your
for my
old man
family.
was still not going to fix that house.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jason. Hey, Jason, how are you, brother?
Good. How you doing?
Good, Jason. What do you got?
Well, I saw that kid that morning actually, and I think the lady who wrote the letter I think she's not really understanding what happened. This kid wasn't playing in the front yard or at a park. He was walking down the middle of a busy road.
Well, get the hell out of his way.
Yeah, no kidding. He was on a mission too. But there was like 10 cars pulled over, all with their flashers on, and trying to get this kid. And he was on a move. He was determined to go somewhere, but he was walking down the middle of a busy road.
I mean, look, I know that's horrifying, but I also do kind of respect the arrogance of 2-year-olds. Like, I'm going to walk down this busy road.
I don't know what you guys are looking at.
You're moving for me, man. I got poop in my pants, and I got places to be.
Right.
It was pretty funny, but it was a pretty serious situation when, you know, everybody was out trying to get him, and, you know, he was just on his way somewhere, but it was a pretty busy road.
All right, Jason, before we let you go, how old are you, buddy?
I'm 49.
Okay, I love how you have to stop for a second. 49.
Yeah.
How old were you when your parents let you out of the site to reign free in the neighborhood?
Well, probably about 7 or 8.
Okay, so that seems to be the standard age now. And I don't think it's that much different today, 7, 8, 9 years old.
But there's hardly anybody in your neighborhoods, which is kind of different today. Like, a lot of people are gone all day to work.
Yeah, that's a good point. There aren't stay-at-home moms.
Right.
Well, I don't know. We did have that story.
Economy.
We did have that story where that's starting to come back again.
More
So maybe we'll see the rise
home.
of free-range children. Jason, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
All right. Take care, guys.
All right, there goes Jason. You know, this whole thing of like being out as a kid or whatever, right? It's romantic because we made it sound romantic. Mm-hmm. And now we're adults and we're doing adult
Looking
things.
back on it.
Yeah.
Yes. Like how you turn out changes what we think was fun and nostalgic back in the day. For example, if you have someone who is in a good marriage with a couple of kids, a good job, they own a house, they get along with people.
Nice.
Hearing them talking about getting in a schoolyard fight at like 12 or 13, that's just part of growing up.
Yeah.
You take that same schoolyard fight and attach it to someone that can't hold down a job, drinks too much, rips through relationships, that fight was a warning sign. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, it could have gone either way.
Right? Because, I mean, hell, there are fights that two different people, the same fight, two sides of the fight, they got in, one guy's successful, the other guy's isn't, and those two families will talk about those incidents in completely different ways, right? And maybe that's what the answer is here.
What's that?
Every kid is different. And every kid will react differently being put in different situations. 7, 8, 9, 10 years old.
Right.
And just because you think the way you were raised made a quality, well-rounded human being doesn't mean the same thing will happen for the next kid.
Right.
Is that fair?
Yeah, that's true.
Just use that math equation, right? Danger.
Beware.
No. Let's take a break. One of the legends of 90s television passed away a little while ago.
Yep.
And we didn't really talk about it because not really relevant to our lives. That was harsh. I didn't mean to sound that harsh. That being said, she left wishes behind.
Oh.
And not about what to do with the remains or like where she wanted her money to go.
Yeah.
But who was allowed to come here?
Oh.
Come here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
We'll get into
A
it.
guest list?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. In one way, this is the last party you will ever have on Earth.
Oh.
It is all about you, so I guess wanting final say in who isn't allowed is appropriate.
Okay.
But at the same time, you wouldn't be there to see who shows up. So having something like this would be pointless and would cause stress for everybody else.
Yes.
Whether you are for what this woman did or against what this woman did, one celebrity has made her final wish, not what she wants, but who she doesn't want here.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. You guys are familiar with Shannon Doherty?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, from 90210.
Yep, that's right. Creep. Beverly Hills 90210
I had
star.
nieces that watched it. I also watched it with them.
Okay, you also...
Big Saved by the Bell fan, too.
Yeah, you watched Saved by the Bell, which was a
teen show.
Set in high school. Yeah. Why did you watch Saved by the Bell when you were on
I
the road?
was on the road. It was on in the middle of the afternoon. Yeah. And it was young, attractive women in bikinis.
You should have said the storyline.
They weren't actual high school girls. They were girls that were acting like they were in high school. Totally above board. And every comic on the road watched it and went to the room afterwards.
You're not That's not the defense you think
Just
it
saying
is.
everybody else was doing it doesn't help.
They was all doing it.
Pardon me, ma'am. How was calculus? Look, so Shannon Doherty passes away after a long battle with breast cancer. And before she died, she got all her affairs in order.
All right.
One of those affairs was a list of people she did not want at her funeral.
So she had some people she hated.
Do not, enter list.
It's kind of a dick move.
But I appreciate the pettiness.
Okay, we'll get there. I want to make sure we're all on board with what she did. In a recently released interview, Doherty said, and I quote, "They'll show up because it's the politically correct thing to do and they don't want to look bad. So I kind of want to take the pressure off them, and I want my funeral to be a love fest. I don't want people to be crying and privately be like, thank God that bitch is dead." Now, she said she had a long list, but she only revealed 2 names in this interview.
Oh. Okay.
Actress Alyssa Milano. And Jenny Garth, who starred with her on 90210.
Yeah.
Funny enough, Jenny Garth posted a pic of Shannon Doherty and she on Instagram after she died, talking about the grief she felt and how strong Doherty was and how much she'll miss her. So kind of got pants there.
Yeah.
But I'm confused because she didn't have a beef.
Well,
with Jenny Garth,
I guess it's saying we weren't really close enough, so
kind of
you
sounds
don't.
Like they might have had a beef.
Right.
Either way, it doesn't sound like you should be somebody that's grieving over me.
Who doesn't like Alyssa Milano?
I don't know what Alyssa Milano's like behind closed doors.
She seems very pleasant.
Okay. Is having a not allowed at my funeral list crazy, or do you not want to make one after you heard the story?
It's mean, but
it's mean.
It's mean.
That's a take you have.
I don't think it's mean, because I think if you're somebody that's on that list, you kind of know.
But why would you?
You would know why.
But what do you? You're dead. You're not going to be at this thing.
Well, you are.
Well, you are, but you ain't at the same time. Like, what do you care?
I'm kind of with you on that.
Like,
you're right. It doesn't matter in the end, but.
But on the other hand,
maybe it like while you're still here, it kind of brings you some joy knowing that person's going to find out.
But they're getting the last word. They're getting the last laugh if they don't like you, because they're still on the better end of the deal.
Oh, I disagree. I think
they're alive. They're not dead.
Thank you for explaining how life works. What I'm saying is, I think the embarrassment of walking into a funeral and being like, this person didn't want you here is the ultimate last laugh. I mean, it's Patti LaBelle, but it's the ultimate last laugh.
And
Kimmy knows who Patti LaBelle is, and Patti LaBelle.
What was I going to say?
Don't blame me.
Oh, we've all been to funerals or wakes or, something to honor somebody where the people that were there and you look at them and you're like, we know that they hated you. And here you are being like and they'll be the loudest people in the room about how great that person was.
She's right. You've been one of those people at funerals.
I think I'm that person at every funeral. But here's the thing, like, it's also kind of arrogant and ego to think, like, I'm going to tell you who can come grieve me after I'm gone.
Okay.
It kind of makes you look, I think you look like the smaller person in the box.
I don't.
I know. We know Tommy is not going to be at Kimmy's funeral.
I don't get invited to your funeral.
I'm not dying before you.
Let's say something horrible happens.
God, don't say this, man. You have a tendency to speak things into existence, and nobody else can run the board. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Okay.
What?
To Kimmy's point, it is a celebration of your life, so it is your say. But here's the thing that maybe you're not thinking about, and I'm kind of with you on this, right? Like, making that list is funny, and having the after-death satisfaction after you're not here anymore that they can't get in is great, whatever. But someone would have to be bouncer at the door.
That's true. You are putting pressure on the people who are there.
Can't come in and grieve.
Exactly.
Grieve outside.
Like, that would have to be a friend or a family member enforcing your wishes and putting them in a very awkward
We should
spot.
also create an even bigger scene.
Yes.
Right? Like, the fact that you have to have a bouncer there and you're rejecting these people is actually causing more attention to the thing you didn't want. You don't want them there.
Well, no, but you want attention on them because they're pieces of crap and they tried to show up.
So do you feel the same way about most post-death wishes? Like, you know how like people will say, can you please do this with my ashes? Or you know what I mean? Like, you are... To your point, you're saying it doesn't matter, you're already dead, because you are putting pressure on somebody else to carry through with those wishes.
You know how Tommy is. Tommy says he never does post-death wishes of anybody. He dumped his mother's ashes on the floor of the studio.
As a little
creep
funny.
Me out.
She wanted to come home. She's from this area.
No, she's not. She's from Auburn.
Close enough.
And there's not even windows in here.
I'm not paying those tolls to dump your ashes down there.
All right.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. Somebody close to you passes away, very close.
It's going to happen.
And they ask you, they hand you this list and say, do not let these people in my funeral. Are you playing bouncer?
I'm going to tell you, you got it, buddy. I ain't doing none of it. Like, I'm going to tell you, and I'm not going to do any of it.
Really?
Yeah.
Even like the closest person you can think of?
Yeah.
They ask you to do that, and you're going to allow everybody to
Bro,
know
I've been asked, because, my brothers are older, right? And they've asked me about things because, they want it taken care of.
Sure. What a piece of crap.
I know, you're already laughing about it.
So, my one brother, he's got a little bank, right?
Uh-huh.
And he's worried that one of his kids wouldn't be too good with the money.
Okay.
So he goes, can you just be, I'm going, me? You want me to handle the money to her?
So you would have to distribute.
Kinda. And I don't want to do it. So
that is a big request.
So
you told him no?
No, I said, you got it, bro. You got it, bro. If he checks out, kid, Happy New Year, baby.
Why would you agree to do it if you're not going to do it?
Because I'm the only one left.
Oh, my God.
He doesn't have anybody else.
Oh, my God. That's the worst thing you can do to somebody.
Relax. It doesn't matter.
That's horrific.
It's not horrific. It doesn't mean anything. I don't. You know how I feel about life. I think this is it. Yes. So I don't think he goes up in heaven and watches his money being distributed.
No.
It has more to do with the people left with the money.
And I forget heaven. Take heaven out of it, right?
Yeah.
He asked you to do this thing.
He's
trusting you when he's no longer
Big
here.
Time trust.
For the sake of someone else's health and safety.
Yeah.
And you go, yeah. And then you go,
And by the way, the health, nothing.
You're affecting the living people here.
And the person he's trying to protect is grown ass.
Okay.
So go have your fun.
252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about actress Shannon Doherty. She passed away a couple weeks ago after a long bout with breast cancer, but an interview recently surfaced that said she had a do not enter list for her funeral. People she did not want there, and Kimmy's all for it. She's already making her list.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea.
Tommy, who would be on everybody's no-show list, hates the idea.
Because she's being a T-Wat.
One of my favorite members of TLC. Let's talk to Cody. He's on CMF. Hey, Cody, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. Yourself?
Good, man. What's up?
Man, if you asked me to be a bouncer at a funeral, I'd have to say hell yes. I mean, that would be awesome.
Why would you want that conflict?
You'd have a clipboard, and you're checking people up.
You're tossing grievers. Get out of here.
So here's my perspective. Here's my reasoning. I mean, first off, how many people could say they were a bouncer at a funeral? That's kind of cool.
Okay.
Hopefully not a lot.
I mean, without turning into a whole sob fest, I was the opposite of the popular kid growing up at school. I was very unpopular.
No, come on, Cody.
Really?
No.
Wow.
Cody.
Thank God you turned it around, bro.
You guys on a fairly consistent basis, if that doesn't tell you enough. Anyway, so I would be afraid that people might come to the funeral and try to make it about themselves. Oh, he was such a good person. I am grieving because we lost him. And, it wouldn't have been somebody. It could have been somebody who was rude to me or, bully, that kind of thing,
Okay.
So I'd be afraid of that happening.
I understand.
So I could see myself making a list.
All right, but Cody, let me ask you this question, right? Now, there are those of us who live by the shackles of the past. And then there are those of us who open our minds a little bit more.
All right, you embrace it.
I will ask this question. I will ask this question of you, Cody. How are you sure that these people that you don't like will feel about you after you're gone, because sometimes someone passing away can jar loose actual feelings somebody has for someone, regret that they treated them a certain way, and I'll go even further, existentially, Your Majesty. Who are you to decide how someone else should be allowed to grieve, even if they're grieving for you, Cody?
Well, I agree with you.
No, you don't. You want to make a list, Cody. You want to be a banter.
No, I do. No, I do. The only part that I disagree with is they should, if they cared that much, they should have shown it when I was alive.
All right, fair enough. Cody.
But otherwise, I do agree. I mean, I'm not going to decide how you want to grieve, but if you didn't want to show me when I was alive, then I kind of don't want you there when I'm not.
All right, well,
Besides,
Cody.
that's my last hoorah. I feel like I should be able to plan it a bit.
Okay, fair enough. Look, Cody, you're a bitter prick, and I respect you for it, buddy.
Yes, I am.
All right, thanks for the call, man. There goes Cody. I mean, I hate to kick a guy while he's down. You're saying he wasn't treated well in high school, but I've never seen that man's face. I've heard his voice 4 times, and I want to give him a wedgie.
You know what he sounds like?
What's that?
He sounds like a dumber version of Jeremy.
That was the meanest thing
Cody
you said.
doesn't sound dumb.
He sounds smart.
I
You don't think he
know.
sounds smart?
No,
He's got nerd
he was
voice.
trying to sound smart.
No,
No,
Jeremy's
Jeremy
got
tries to sound smart sometimes.
Wow, no, you're taking shots.
I love you, Jeremy, but you do call with break room. I told you so's.
Man, you guys are just like swinging wildly and hitting whoever's face walks in the room.
And I was thinking about this, like let's say when I die, and I've been very mean to a lot of people.
No.
Why shouldn't I let those people come and gloat? But that would make them feel better.
Okay,
why should my death mean something to them? Like I've got ex-wives and girlfriends and people I've been mean to, and I knew what I was doing when I did it.
Sure.
So why can't I let those people get some satisfaction in my death? I don't think that's a bad thing.
No, that's a fair statement.
Let them come spit on my grave. What do I care?
It's a very open-minded thought. Look, I'm with you on that.
So you wouldn't care if somebody, because you've talked about people in your past who you can't stand. You still can't stand them to this day. You avoid them if you see them out somewhere because you know they're just going to be fake nice to you and try to take control. It wouldn't bother you if that guy got up and let's say your wife's still around, she's grieving, your family's grieving, and he took complete control and wanted to speak on your behalf and talk about what a great relationship you had. That wouldn't bother you a little bit.
I don't.
I think I don't know about your wife, but my wife would be like, "Oh my God, that man is so sweet. That made the day better."
I mean, both our wives would probably be on dating sites anyway, not even listening to the guy.
Her new boyfriend is up eulogizing.
No, it wouldn't bother me.
All right.
But I don't think any of it means anything. I think it's the biggest scamola.
Okay, you always take it a little bit too far.
I know.
Here's
funerals are a scam.
They kind of are, man. Because you think this all matters. Like you're Lincoln going into the ground here.
Well, sometimes it's for everybody else.
Yes, it's not the funeral's not for the dead; it's for the living. There goes the waving.
It's for the cold cuts afterwards back at the house.
Okay, fine.
And
it's
they're
still
gonna crack open a beer.
252 WCMF, a no-fly list for your funeral. People not allowed in. Lou's on CMF. Hey, Louie, how are you, buddy?
Hey, what's up, man?
Yo.
I'm sort of agree with Tommy on this. What a self-centered little twat she was.
Jeez.
To put up a list. Look, I'm dead, and I only want certain people to come grieve me. Oh, screw you. You're dead. You're going in the ground. Big deal. Nobody cared. Nobody cared when you were alive.
This is his eulogy.
You were a joke. She wasn't a serious actress. Let's be realistic.
Oh, wait, hold on. No, wait. No, you're personally attacking.
We were just talking about in general.
I don't think she ever won an Emmy.
We're talking about her. I mean, she put Alyssa Milano on the list, which is okay because she's a left-wing nut job. But I don't understand what her problem was with her. But seriously, I would love to be the guy on the list that they say can't be there because I would still show up.
No, Lou, I mean, after the discussion like this, who would put you on that list? I can't imagine why someone would have that.
Nut job.
Lou, great call. Let's take one more call, 252 WCMF. Let's see if Nate can out crazy Lou.
All right.
Hey, Nate, you're on CMF. What's up, buddy?
Hey, I kind of understand where that Cody guy was coming from, but I think the exact opposite. I'm dead. Use this as an opportunity to get out of work, to do nothing, come talk to people you know. Who cares?
Party.
So you're saying
Party.
You're saying you're doing everybody a favor.
Yeah.
I mean, it would make your death a holiday to the people around you, right?
The whole day.
Yeah. You become Christopher
even
Columbus.
If you were a dick to me, just do whatever you want. Show up. Don't show up. Tell your boss you showed up. Who cares?
All right, Nate, that's very progressive of you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There goes Nate. All right, let's take a break. People are freaking out. They say that holidays start to creep into earlier the year every year.
It's getting out of control.
All right, the official sign that Halloween is here is already in stores.
Yeah.
But here's the thing.
Right.
I'm okay with this because, frankly, they should be selling these things all year round.
Oh, you like them?
Well, there's a massive gap between Easter and Halloween when this version of this candy appears. And everybody knows that loves these candies that these versions are the far superior versions, both in taste, texture, and material. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, this is one of your weird food takes.
No, everybody has this take.
The candy should stand alone. Let the candy speak for itself.
What do you put ketchup on candy, you psycho? We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This isn't a problem, it's a blessing.
Oh.
And I understand that holiday creep will piss people off because we're just trying to enjoy the summer and this stuff shouldn't be out yet. But this is such a better version of this candy.
But do you want it now?
Yes, I want it all the time.
It's 90 degrees.
Yeah.
Who needs candy?
You're hanging out in the break room.
You still have the candy.
Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Folks are dismayed that Halloween creep is already starting in stores. And the big exclamation point that was made, Reese's Pumpkins. You're familiar with the Reese's Pumpkins?
So it's just a candy shaped like a pumpkin?
It's a peanut butter cup shaped like a pumpkin. They have already arrived in grocery stores in
So
July.
Reese cup.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
No.
Reese cup technology.
Slightly different ratio.
All right. Kimmy, everyone knows that the Reese's peanut butter shapes
I don't know why.
are way better than the actual peanut butter cup.
But it's the same candy.
Shut up, you bitch.
Technically, it is the same candy, but it's different. And I don't know why, but it is.
It's the peanut butter to chocolate ratio. That's what it is.
Y'all going to be 300 pounds when you're my age.
Okay, I'm trying to have a normal person discussion with Kimmy, not Fennel Frank over here. Frankie Fennels. All right, Kimmy, if you have your choice between a peanut butter cup, a pumpkin, a Christmas tree, or an Easter egg, because those are the three shapes, which one are you choosing?
The Easter egg.
The Easter egg's your favorite?
I think so.
It is the most dense.
Because of religion.
And I think for whatever reason, like that time of year, I'm just more in the mood for that type of candy.
Yeah, do you want a candy right now when it's this hot?
No.
Wait, no?
No, I'm not.
You wouldn't, I'll eat peanut butter cups every day, all day.
Chocolate does not
You're
do
stupid.
It doesn't
well
hold.
in the humidity.
Go get ice cream.
It gets on your hand. Yeah. It's more like I'm looking for different types of desserts in the summer.
Yeah, ice cream is summer candy.
Give me an ice cream. Give me like a funnel cake at a fair.
That's not candy.
But it's sweets.
No, but it's sweets.
No,
it's like
okay.
a dessert.
Do you hear? You have the same opinion.
I know,
as him,
and I'm a little
when
alarmed.
you have the same opinion as him, it's a wrong opinion.
Because it's going to melt.
But,
it's going to
but
taste
if I'm
like
looking
crap.
for like a dessert or something sweet, like I don't think I'm.
Yeah.
Chocolate's not my go-to in July.
Okay, I'm going to talk to myself.
And I'll tell you why you like it like that. Because you grew up as a poor kid, and you just grabbed the candy when you could.
What are you talking about?
Like I as a child of privilege, I could wait on my candy because I know the candy was coming. You never knew when the candy was coming, so if you saw candy on the ground, you took that candy. Whether it was summertime or wintertime.
Candy on the ground.
Candy on the ground. Looking like a fool with your candy on the ground.
You ate some candy off the ground.
Of course I've eaten candy off the ground. Who hasn't eaten candy off the ground?
I've never touched anything on the ground. I'm not an animal.
No, look, you guys are alone in the fact that all right, now you got me all distracted thinking about all the candy I've eaten off the ground.
At like summertime parades and stuff when they throw candy out at you. It's never chocolate.
Well, yeah, because it's out.
No, in Gates they were hitting you with just wads of molten milk chocolate in the summertime. At least that's what they told you.
252 WCMF 252-9263. So the peanut butter shapes that are outside of the cups, right? The holiday ones. You get the trees for Christmas. You get the eggs for Easter. And you get the pumpkins for Halloween. Yeah. And those are the three holidays they do it. And they've kind of paid themselves into a corner because between Easter and Halloween, there is no holiday that you can create a shape for, right? What would you do for a 4th of July shape? Like a shape, like the head of Abraham Lincoln?
Yeah, I guess you could.
That would be unpatriotic to eat his head based on what happened. I don't know if you guys heard. No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, why not give me the ability to buy all of these shapes all year round? Because I would buy those shapes all year round. And a lot of people would buy those shapes all year round. There's nothing better than, Kimmy, the sleeve of the shapes.
Yeah.
They come in, it's like a bandolier of peanut butter cups.
But candy's out of control, bro.
Shut up, you
And I'm going to tell you something.
bitch.
Like candy's a new thing.
No, but the way we eating it now, it's too much.
How so?
Because you're going to eat it. You're going to eat yourself out
We're
of
just
candy.
talking about how the bulk candy aisle's gone.
Yeah, but they just wrapped it up.
All the kids in the 90s ruined that for everybody.
That was my fault. I stole so many bulk candies.
I will tell you this. One of these days, this world's going to run out of candy. And it's going to be on y'all. Because you had to have every goddamn shape all year round.
What the hell are you talking about?
My day, you didn't get Halloween candy till October. Now all of a sudden, it's a summer treat.
Is October is that near October, or is that between it's October?
October.
You didn't have candy in the summertime ever.
No.
Like they didn't sell candy in the summertime.
I don't think so.
Shut up.
I think it was against the law back then.
Was it? They sold it. What about with saltwater taffy?
I think when Nixon passed the Candy Act in '72, we finally got.
You come from Boardwalk Town. There's candy everywhere.
Yeah, lollipops.
No.
What?
Boardwalk candy is called Taffy.
Taffy is
That's
candy.
what he just said.
Taffy is not candy.
Did he not hear me say taffy? Did he not hear me say to
Salt
his face
water,
taffy?
I didn't hear saltwater taffy.
I said, looked you in the eye. Well, you looked at me in the
And
eye and
that's
said
not
taffy.
candy.
What is it then?
It's taffy.
Taffy is candy.
It's a baked good.
I never really understood taffy.
Do you bake
I don't
taffy?
either.
I don't get the
Wait.
draw.
I'm with you. You bake taffy?
Taffy is baked.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, I can see the panic in your face because you know it's not baked. No, you don't. You just
bake taffy.
No, you heat it up and like twist
but
it.
But you bake it.
I don't think
it's
you
a
bake taffy.
Yeah,
You
it's not
can-
considered a confection. So there. Is caramel candy?
Boil a variety of sugars in a large kettle to a high temperature.
That ain't no candy, son. That's bacon.
No, that's not.
I
You
don't
boil
know.
chocolate
Boiling is
too.
bacon.
Boil it is not bacon. Well, that's every candy gets boiled at some point.
How?
You put it in a pot and you heat it up.
I thought you just put it out.
Oh my God! How do you think they? What? How do you think you get chocolate? There is a pot and heat involved at some point. You're the stupidest person, and you have the worst takes on food and life and society. I'm happy that the peanut butter pumpkins are back, and unless you.
By the way, you don't even eat them, man.
Bro, on cheat day, I will house the hell out of some cups, bro. Straight up.
Okay.
And I'm telling you, I will eat a bandolier of pumpkins on a Sunday. I'm not even making that up. Like, there will be a point, my wife gets mad at me for this. I'll sit down and I'll start watching TV and I'll have like the 8 shapes, peanut butter cup, whatever, in front of me, and I'll slowly start like working on them. But I won't like put the wrappers on the counter or anything. I'll just like let them sit on my body. So by the time she comes
Sounds so delicious.
Yeah.
my stomach hurts, I can't move, and I'm covered in wrappers of peanut butter cup shapes. And
Like
my
a
wife will
crime
always-
scene.
Yeah, she'll find me like this and be like, "Look what you did again! Look what you did!"
I
again.
would be pissed.
Why?
Eating like a slob.
Yeah,
Summer slob eating.
Summer slob tastes me so good. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Just because you think you can doesn't mean you can.
Oh.
Because although men don't do this, a shocking number of men believe they can do this. And none of us can.
Really?
We'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Just because I don't do it doesn't mean I can't do it.
All right.
Bless you, Kimmy. It's the rallying cry of men everywhere. We are way better than you think at something, but here are 15 excuses as to why I can't do it now, right? You'd expect that take when it comes to things that guys want to be known for. But I think we all assume guys did not want to be known for something like this. In fact, don't all men avoid doing this thing with all the energy in their body that they now claim they're great at?
So what is it?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 9:30-ish. It is opening day for Buffalo Bills training camp.
Oh, boy.
And they got all the big stars out there. Even ours.
Right. We got stars?
Mike Danger.
Oh, okay.
Hold your applause.
Yes.
From 95.7 The Fan. He'll be joining us for the camp update this morning. So a lot of, there's a bird over there because nothing's actually happened yet.
Well, the boys are rolling in, right? I mean, they're heading out on the field this morning.
I would think so. Yeah, we'll ask him how everybody's looking.
Yeah.
How are they looking those pants, Danger? That and more just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. Are you ready for your stat of the day, Tommy?
Stat me up.
According to a new study, 7 in 10 men rate themselves as above average to excellent dancers.
It's no way.
Let me read that again.
They think they're good dancers.
Oh, no. The overwhelming majority of men believe not only do they know how to dance, but they are damn good at dancing when they dance.
Oh, my God.
Someone want to explain to me what this means?
I mean, I've seen some guys with some confidence. So I don't know. Not necessarily good dancers, but hey, they put themselves out there.
Okay, that's not a good dancer, though. Like, I'm always... When I see, like, I'm at a wedding, and I see some guy get up there and really dance with his old lady, like they got moves. Like, that always blows me away because it's so rare.
I agree with you.
Yeah, you're right.
Like, and I see a guy, they're not even dancing. It's basically, they're just shuffling around the floor.
Which is dancing, but it's just not good dancing.
It's not blowing me away.
Do you think, though, because every guy has, like, a go-to dance move that they've perfected, that qualifies them as a good... Like, if you could do the worm, does that make you a good dancer?
No.
But
That
you
makes
see
you
guys
annoying.
break it out,
She's
and
pointing at me.
but you see guys break it out, and everybody cheers, and I got to think, like, that puts them in a dancer category.
I will say this. Most guys think they can dance.
Yeah.
Because when they dance, they've been drinking.
Okay.
And they don't realize how bad what you just did, that terrible thing you just did on the dance floor.
Okay. But here's the weird part about this statistic, right? With 7 in 10 men, the overwhelming majority of men believing not only can they dance, but they're good at dancing. Dancing seems like the last thing men want to do. We don't like to dance at weddings. No. We won't take dancing lessons. We don't like calling our buddy Dan because it sounds too much like the word dance. Yet, the blind arrogance of guys has 7 in 10 men believing we have the rhythm of us. All right, so let's say you are a good dancer, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. How would you know if you were a good dancer?
Oh.
Because, like, you dance at weddings, right?
Yeah.
Where else is it socially acceptable for a man to dance?
Yeah, going down to the dance hall today. It's not
other
my
than,
parents'
like, middle
generation.
school, right? Or, like, prom? What other situations
No,
would
but
you find
like
yourself?
if I was going to take my wife out tonight dancing, where is that?
No idea.
There ain't.
Well, okay. So if you want to dance salsa, I know this because my wife dances salsa. There are clubs you can go to like after midnight. At least that's what she tells me when she leaves the house.
I'm assuming you got to know what you're doing to end up on that dance floor. You're going to embarrass yourself real quick.
Okay, I'm hearing noise on my right ear here. We have Claire. She is our intern here hanging out with us on CMF. If you're on the live stream, you have been talking to Claire a little bit today. Sorry about the noise there. You wanted to jump in on the dancing situation here.
No, I just there's clubs.
Okay, define club, Claire.
Like there's where
Could you get in that mic there? Let him hear you.
Okay. There's where people like in their 20s you go and dance. That exists still.
But would you say
you
though
see
that's
a lot of different.
Would you say it's majority women on the dance floor
No.
though? Okay. I mean, you're more in tune with that than we are.
Right, but that's Kimmy's polite way of saying you don't know what you're talking about.
No,
Claire.
I don't know. Maybe
you
guys are more
in tune with that than we are.
Maybe guys are more into dancing.
Well, maybe
now
not
than
your
these
guys' age.
Ooh. And that was directed at you, buddy.
Well, no, she turned and looked at you.
No, I'm out of the demo completely.
Well, no, I think, but that's my point, right? Like, okay, I was never a big go to a nightclub guy, right? That wasn't really my scene. But when I did go, I would only dance if I thought I had a chance.
Right,
of,
but you would try. You'd be out there dancing.
No, but I was dreading it the whole time.
And I could admit that I couldn't dance,
Right.
right? Again, 7 in 10 men think they are above average to excellent dancers, right? All right, so Claire, thank you for appreciate the input there. So outside of a club, where am I? And a wedding, where am I dancing with my wife?
Right.
Okay.
It would have to be an event. It would have to be outside of a wedding. I can't think of another event I've been to where I got to get up and dance, and I hate it.
No, I know. I've seen you dance. The funniest part about watching Tommy dance is he's so short. He's the one that actually puts his hands around his wife's shoulders.
But you're the only one that's actually taken lessons.
And it
right?
sucks.
I have also taken dancing.
Oh, you have?
lessons.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't know if you were just trying to keep up with your wife.
No, I would also like to be included in the dancing lessons.
All right.
But I only took the lessons because my stepson was getting married, and my wife goes, "We got to take lessons." And then when I took the lessons, right, and I was a good student, like I did the thing the guy taught me, right?
Yeah.
We get to the wedding, she just starts dancing the way she always dances. It just leaves me hanging. I go, hey,
this
1, 2, 3.
This is not the choreography.
It's supposed to be 1. Where are you going? She goes, we spent a lot of money on this stuff. I mean, it was just like abandoned at sea.
He invested in those legs, baby.
I did.
But
and I listened to the guy.
Would you say, though, from the lessons,
No.
if you were doing the dance, you could do the dance?
Barely.
So does that make you a good dancer?
No. It looked like we were playing charades.
Okay.
And the word was convulsion. It was terrible.
252 WCMF.
I got no rhythm.
252-9263. 7 in 10 American men believe not only are they above average at dancing, they are also excellent. So 70% of men in this country, believe they are excellent to fantastic dancers.
Is this coming from dads? Because I think you asked when men would dance.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like a lot of dads will have dance parties with their kids, or bust out. They have no problem busting out a move at home if their favorite song comes on.
But that's being a goof.
Yeah, I know I'm not a good dancer when I do that.
But do you think some guys think that they're killing it? Like when they pull out the robot, or they really think that they're just nailing every air guitar solo that comes their way.
Okay, I've been dancing for the last 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Do I look like an...
I thought your back was out.
Kimmy, do I
or
look like
you were pressing that button on your chest too much.
My question wasn't, are you a really good dancer? It's, do you think you're a really good dancer?
I know I look like an idiot right now.
No, you look like Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
Well, I can't really get into my full moves. I'm sitting in the chair. I mean, I am actually a pretty good dancer.
There you go.
I'm kidding. I can't dance, although it is surprising. I'll ask you this. Of the 7 in 10 men that believe they are good to excellent dancers, how many men actually, percentage-wise, do you think are good to excellent dancers?
That can actually pull a move?
Men, yes.
Less than 1%.
Look, come on. It's more than less than 1%.
Less than 1%.
No.
Look around.
Kimmy, where am I going to go see guys dancing? Where are you going on Saturdays?
Pardon
Pardon me, boy. Salt in your feet.
No, just like the men walking around.
That doesn't
they look like they get... All right. We're going to talk to Mike Danger.
Yeah.
Think he's a good dancer?
He's Spanish, bro. He's a great dancer.
Oh.
Yeah. He's Spanish over here.
What do you think they kicked him out?
If he went back to Spain, they'd laugh his ass off the dance floor.
No, I understand, but
There's no danger in El Danger.
I bet you Danger can dance, bro. I bet you he knows how to samba and
Man,
salsa.
that hockey hump can't dance. Any hockey hump can't dance.
Kimmy, let me ask you. It's definitely not 7 in 10 men that are good to excellent dancers. What percentage of men do you think are good to excellent dancers?
I'm trying to figure out what qualifies as a good dancer, because there have been some guys that surprise me that they have rhythm. They don't look like they should be coordinated on the dance floor, but all of a sudden they'll be bopping to the beat, and you're like, you know what, maybe they're not maybe they have a little bit more going on than you think. But I don't know if that qualifies you as a good dancer, or just I'm surprised that you're not uncoordinated.
Is your husband a good dancer?
My husband can move to a beat.
He's not a good dancer.
Okay, so no. The answer is no then. No, to her
point.
No,
we saw him dance.
When did we see him dance?
At his wedding, they reenacted Pulp Fiction.
Oh, right. I don't really count that as dancing. I thought you were going to a club where
but didn't they do Pulp Fiction?
Yeah, they did.
I mean, they brought out the needle and everything.
Kimmy, to your point about there is always someone in your life that you don't expect that can actually dance.
It's all of a sudden they'll just start grooving. And you're like, wait a second, you?
My brother Ryan is built like a tank, right? He don't look like a dancer. My brother Ryan is an amazing dancer.
Right.
You will be in awe.
Right.
Of, it's almost hypnotic the way that his body moves in different.
Okay.
His momentum will take him one way, but his part of his body will stay over here. It is right. It's he did that. I involuntarily quit smoking. That's how good it was. It was that hypnotic. Yeah.
I told you my old man was a really good dancer.
Yes.
But that generation danced all the time. They went out to dances and stuff. I mean, maybe we'd all be better at it, but that was a regular thing we did since we were kids.
It is funny.
You mean square dancing in elementary school didn't help that situation?
But here's the thing. People go out to Nashville and square dance every weekend. It is funny.
There is country dance. We did forget about that.
Line dancing. Does line dancing count? Because I think everybody can do line dancing.
Are you talking about boot scooting?
Boot scooting?
I thought boot scooting was different than line dancing.
I was making a joke. Is that really a different thing? I didn't know there was a real
I thought
thing.
you were just referring to line dancing as boot scooting.
What about scoot booting? Which is my favorite jazz artist from the 1970s. Didn't he do that album with Chuck Mangione? 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to James. James, are you a good dancer?
Absolutely.
Why
you don't even sound stiff ass white boy.
No, James might be.
Stiff-ass white boy, did you say?
James might be one of those people that surprises you.
He's a toothpick.
All right, James, what's your go-to dance, buddy?
Well, I'd just like to say this first. I was dancing as soon as I came out of the womb.
You had that much room, huh?
Most people are they're born with it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, we were born to dance, all of us. So our inhibitions prevent that. Like what we're taught, like to be polite, reserved, and hold our emotions in.
Sure.
Stuff like that. We don't let ourselves go.
What James is
God
saying.
bless alcohol.
What James is saying is dance like nobody's watching.
Okay.
Even though everybody is watching the idiot you're making yourself. You were going to ask a question.
Well, I was just going to say, so you've had no professional training.
Lady Gaga song,
So you've had no professional training or
dark.
Okay, James, Jesus Christ,
Look at my leg.
killing me. You've had no professional training in the dance world. This is just all natural.
It's natural. I've never had a dance.
So you know he
lesson.
blows.
Well, that's why I was asking.
James, you suck so hard. I'm sorry, buddy. You suck long and you suck hard at dancing.
Probably, but
we just broke James's heart. Look what you made me do.
Dancing like Elaine, like Elaine from Seinfeld,
Yeah. James, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. James sucks.
Of course not, man.
James sucks so hard.
I think you have to put a little thought into dancing. Like, it's not just like let your emotions take over and go. Because he's just saying, like, just do whatever you want. Feel the rhythm,
man.
Don't you think like dancing takes some thought?
Yeah.
Well, look, my daughter is a ballroom dancer. She takes lessons in like the samba and the waltz and all that stuff. My wife did this. She traveled the world doing it while she was in college, right?
Yeah.
Winning all kinds of ballroom dance competitions. Again, so she says I wasn't there. She could be lying to me. But like I watch these people take these lessons. You're right. Like it's a very complicated thing that you have to know and feel at the same time. You know what I mean?
There's some things you have to learn.
And girls can just get up and dance with each other.
Well, that's not really. This is not dancing.
No, but they're comfortable in it.
Like you and I.
Am I wrong? Do it. Go ahead. Do it better than I just did.
I can.
But like if we were at a wedding, right now, wives didn't want to dance. I go, come on, Pat, we're gonna dance. They don't want to dance right now. We're not gonna get up and dance with each other.
Well, you would want
We're gonna go hold
you're missing
beers.
out.
Come on, Tommy.
Oh, yeah, look at us.
No, and he's right. He nailed it. Like, girls have it way easier because girl dancing, all you do when you girl dance, right, is you look off in the distance.
And you jump around a little.
You put your hands up.
Yeah.
You let
well,
your
not
wrists,
if you have a drink in your hand.
Okay, you're right. One hand. You put one wrist go limp.
Yeah.
And you just do this.
Yeah. Oh, you talking about that skank wedding dance where you don't put your beer down the whole time?
Why is that skanky?
No, that's everybody on the dance floor at a wedding.
No, when I see chicks like they can't put their drink down to go dance, it's a skank move.
You're the biggest drunk I've ever met in my life. That's what you're going to draw the line
on? I know.
Put your drink down. What, are you going to get thirsty out there?
Yeah, you're dancing.
Not like that.
People drink and dance. That's part of the fun of it.
But and I know like girls, I know girls are more comfortable with dancing, but they also kind of suck at dancing too.
No, that's what I just said. It's
I mean, to your point, like they're like when you see a woman that can really dance, it does blow you away.
Oh, no, you're going to compliment the dancers.
No, you know.
No, because you would.
When you see a woman that can really dance.
No, I've always said, man, there's certain lady get out there, man. She's gonna put you all in your place.
What does that even mean?
Certain lady get out there, man.
What did you just
She's got
say?
moves, man. She got legitimate moves.
Yeah, but
like,
you would mock a woman who came out there with like some choreography in mind and putting everybody to shame. What are you talking about?
If it looks forced.
You mean like a woman who took lessons?
Yes, it's terrible. I wouldn't tolerate that.
It's your wife now.
I would throw her out of the place. Get out.
252 WCMF 252-9263. 7 in 10 American men believe they are good to excellent dancers. Tommy says it's less than 1%. Kimmy, you didn't give me a percent. Did you guess a percent?
who are actually good dancers,
men in America.
I'm going to shoot for the stars and say 20%.
I think that's a fair assessment. I bet you 2 in 10 guys are actually good dancers.
Okay.
Right? Are we jealous of guys that know how to dance?
Oh, yeah. When I see a guy that's got moves, that's a skill that I wish I had.
Okay. But again,
like, when I see a guy that can really dance.
And just be smooth about it.
Women dig that, man. You could be the most fugly yellow buck tooth with a tail, and she's going to go, he can dance.
Fugly yellow bucktooth who's a tail was my favorite Scoot Bootin' album.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, women would be drawn, they would find that guy even if he was ugly, attractive because that's a skill.
Yeah, but like
But again, it depends on the dance because like I can be impressed but not turned on if you're breakdancing in the middle of a circle.
Turned on, but you would go.
That's an Olympic event now. Don't you dare talk bad about breakdancing.
I'm saying it's a skill and I can appreciate it, and I think I'm impressed by it, but I don't find it sexy.
You know what's funny is again, my daughter goes to this ballroom dancing school, right?
Yeah.
She takes lessons, and all the dudes that are there are only with their wives. Like, if guys actually could get laid dancing the waltz and the samba and the whatever, there would be single guys there every single night taking these lessons.
But how often can you show that off?
That's what I mean.
It's weddings.
Or going to this studio where they have these parties where you can all get together.
Because you'd have to be dancing with somebody who kind of also knows what they're doing.
You know, it's funny, man. Like, we're having this discussion. I didn't even put 2 and 2 together.
What's that?
My daughter, my 11-year-old with the ballroom dancing, she has her first international competition this weekend.
Damn.
It's in Niagara Falls, so it's by 5 minutes an international competition.
It's all right. It still counts. Don't crap on it already.
I wasn't crapping on anything. I was making a joke.
International over the border.
Look at him now trying to score points with my wife.
I can still see like Saber bumper stickers.
But like I will be the only non-dancer in a hotel full of like 3,000 people all weekend long. Like I'm gonna be the sore thumb that stands out. Because do you know this? Fun fact. Not only is my daughter dancing 60 times.
60 times.
Wait, she is dancing
herself
60 times.
will be dancing 60 times over 3 days this weekend. They also have what they call group dances, where like when they take a break, like in the middle of the day or the end of the day, everyone gets up and dances.
It's almost like a flash mob kind of thing.
Wait. So that means you could get up and dance?
No, not a flash mob. Like,
I thought this was like all like a coordinated thing.
Welcome back from 2006.
Well, I don't know. You said everybody takes a break and dances. I'm like, does everybody know the footwork?
Did you guys see the new episode of The Office last night?
So you would get
up and dance, yeah. Right. But like, I don't know if my wife is going to want me to dance or she's going to want to dance with like guys who know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I would sit this one out.
Know your role.
Well, but then what if my wife is like, she's upset that I didn't want to dance with her?
Yeah, but there's better dancers out there anyway.
No, I understand, but we're married. I don't know if
we're married.
We're married. Don't touch my wife!
Get out of my room.
No, like like, is it romantic for me to ask, or is it holding her back if there's like
You're holding her back. Man, your doofus ass is holding her back.
Yeah, she can't really show off.
Got some suave Latin guy up there, and he's all sharped out in his threads. And here you come. I got these sneakers on sale online.
Don't you dare besmirch doofus ass, one of the best bass players on Scoot Bootin's album. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
We'll get out of dancing. We'll talk about something everyone's excited about.
What's that?
Well, look, your Buffalo Bills are in first place right now, and they're going to win the Super Bowl this year. This is the year.
All right.
And it all kicks off today. Camp is open. They've officially taken the field. They're headed out to the field right now, and we have the man closest to the action.
Quite a dancer, I hear.
Oh, that's the first question. He's Spanish. He can dance. I promise.
Yeah, he heard everything you said.
I don't think he got much of this Spanish stuff in him.
Oh.
The kid's from Minnesota.
Well, by way of Spain.
Yeah. Why did his family leave Spain for Minnesota?
Because his family were such bad dancers?
Couldn't dance.
We'll find out.
Get out. Get out of my country.
From 95.7, The Fan, Mike Danger, the sports bar. You can catch him every day, 3 to 6. He joins us live from Bill's training camp next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here.
What's that?
After months wandering alone in the wilderness with no football to call our own, except for like the UFL, and who the hell wants to watch that?
Yeah.
It's official. Buffalo Bills training camp is officially open. And you know, Tommy, we get the closest access.
Oh, yeah.
Via microphones that are connected from one person that's allowed to be there back to our studio here. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. You know that we are the official station of the Buffalo Bills in Rochester.
Yep.
And our boys are going to be hanging out at camp all summer long. Please welcome, as he will be joining us at this time every day the Bills are in camp, our good buddy kicking it off from 95.7 The Fan. You can catch him on the Sports Bar 3 to 6 every single weekday. Mike Danger. Hey, Danger, how's it going, buddy?
Hey, can we get it out of the way right up front?
What's that?
Spaniard, yes. Dancer, absolutely not.
I knew it.
Well, maybe it's because his wife can't dance. Sandy's not a dancer.
She's Italian.
Yeah, exactly. You ever seen, bro, look at her. You think she's got rhythm?
All Italian women have rhythm.
No, I didn't say I didn't have rhythm. I have rhythm.
Okay, no, see,
there's a difference.
My rhythm is, the dancing to me is that shuffle that you do side to side with maybe like a hand clap in the middle. But that middle school shuffle that you did back in the day, that's my extent of dancing. That's as far as I can go.
Tommy did the middle school shuffle when you were watching Saved by the Bell back in the day, like we talked about earlier.
There was some shuffling.
Our good buddy Mike Danger, brought to you by Ace Swim and Leisure, Chile Ave and Ridge Road in Webster, aceswim.com, and Maddie's Motorsports, locations in Farmington, Spencerport, and Dansville, maddiesmotorsports.com. Okay, Danger, now that we know you can't dance, we'll get into the football stuff. The boys are headed out onto the field right now, I'm assuming?
I can confirm that Josh Allen has made it to the practice field.
Okay, he's here, ladies and gentlemen. We did it.
You
know what's great about this season, and I mean, we haven't really had this in the McDermott Bean era. No contract holdouts, no drama to worry about. That's happening across the NFL.
Not right now, yeah.
Wide receiver for the Dallas Cowboys, CeeDee Lamb, will not be reporting today because he didn't get his new contract. Hassan Reddick, who the Jets traded for, a defensive end, he's not going to report to New York today, or hasn't reported to New York because he wants a new contract. I mean, these are all significant players, Danger, that play a major part in the success of the team that they're trying to figure out what they're going to do here.
Yeah, and not only that, this is the first camp that I can remember in a long time where the Bills are healthy. Like Sean McDermott just spoke a few minutes ago.
Knocking on wood, you douche. Go ahead, I'm
Everybody's there. There's nobody starting camp on the physically unable to perform list, which is a rarity. I don't think that happens very often with this team and certainly with teams around the NFL.
Well, to your point, I mean, the Dolphins are dealing with 3 of their major stars that are starting.
No, not the Dolphins.
No, well, that's what's great. I'm enjoying it. I don't want to cheer for injuries. I should have said that out
So
loud.
is Matt Milano back at it fully?
Matt Milano's here.
Okay.
From what we've heard, and we'll get on the practice field here in a little bit and see what his participation level is. But what we heard about Milano through the course of the spring is that he was participating in many individual drills, and that's usually a good sign that maybe he'll be participating in some team drills. We'll see. Maybe first couple of practices, it wouldn't surprise me if Milano's on the field, but only practicing individually before he gets into those team drills here later on through camp.
Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan, the Sports Bar, 3 to 6 every day, joining us live from Buffalo Bills training camp. All right, so let's get into the actual meat of this, Tommy. The biggest question as camp opens about this roster are the wide receivers. Right? Tommy, we know Stephon Diggs is gone.
Right.
We know that Gabe Davis has walked. In fact, the only returning wide receiver that has caught a pass from Josh Allen is third-year guy Khalil Shakir.
Right.
Okay. Danger, every receiver the Bills brought in this offseason has the potential for massive upside where they could emerge and be like a number 1 NFL legit receiver, or they could also completely disappear when the season starts. And I'm not going to lie to you, my stomach hurts over this idea.
Well, rest easy, Pat. Mac Hollins, one of the newly acquired wide receivers, is also here at camp walking around with no shoes on. That's become his kind of calling card. Dude doesn't wear shoes when he walks around. So, how do you defend that? No, I don't think you can if you're the NFL. There's a guy that probably makes this team, even though he's a new acquisition, and somebody that can help bolster and fill that void left by Stephon Diggs moving on.
Okay, can we talk about that real quick with the whole? Because I saw this yesterday, Tommy, on social media.
So what happened?
He's like one of these like holistic, like hippie dudes who believes like wearing
Gotta
shoes.
feel the earth.
Yeah, and like wearing shoes like hurts your feet, whatever.
All right.
Like,
but he puts them on when he plays.
Well, yeah.
Maybe, I don't know.
I would think.
It would really be an advantage to the other side.
Well, no, I mean there are players that have
cleats.
There are players that have played barefoot before.
Yeah, wasn't that like Sandlot?
No, I think legally you can still kick. I don't think there's a rule that makes you wear cleats in the NFL, right? Danger.
I guess if your shoe flies off, you got to kick it.
You're confusing football players with kickers.
Okay.
They can go barefoot. Football players, I think, do have to wear shoes.
Okay, I would think so.
Going back to the whole idea of receivers that could be, oh my God, look at this talent versus disappear. You got rookie Keon Coleman. He's exciting, but
he's
Danger.
the funny guy.
He is the funny guy. Rookie wide receivers traditionally take a while to develop. You have Curtis Samuel, who came over from Washington. Tommy, he's shown really big flashes with bad quarterbacks, but he hasn't had like a consistently good season. So I guess the idea would be Josh
has got to gel with these kids.
But he could make him a stud. You have Marquez Valdez-Scantling. I got it, Kimmy.
Well, he's 3 guys.
He has made massive plays in big moments with the Packers and the Chiefs, but both of those teams let him walk, thinking he was a disappointment. Same with Chase Claypool. I mean, Danger. Is it a numbers game where Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott think one of these guys, with the flashes they've shown, will have the ability to pull it together and be a legitimate threat for this team?
You've got basically like 8 wide receivers fighting for potentially 2 spots. I think that Valdez-Scantling is on this team. Certainly Samuel, Coleman, Shakir. I think Mac Hollins, from what we've seen this spring at OTAs and the kind of vocal leadership that he's taken on with this team, feels like a guy that's going to end up on the final 53-man roster. So that leaves you with names like Justin Shorter, Chase Claypool, who you mentioned. KJ Hamler is sneaky because he's healthy this year. And
KJ Hamler sounds like a sandwich you order at a deli.
I'm going to order that at the Bellis next time I'm there. Give me the KJ Hamler.
But you were saying, I'm sorry.
Anyways, I think you have a massive competition here with up to 8 guys competing for 2 open slots. And, Sean McDermott's credo has always been that the competition brings out the best in everybody. Steel sharpens steel. So we'll see who out of these guys. It's like the Hunger Games at the wide receiver position. We'll see who survives and who makes the final 53 through the course of training camp here.
Okay, so I feel like an idiot right now. So you just said steel sharpens steel. My whole life I've been saying iron sharpens iron. Have I been saying that wrong my whole life?
Did I do it wrong? I could have done it wrong.
No, I thought I don't know. Now I feel really embarrassed. Like maybe nobody's told me because I want to be polite, but I've been saying the wrong thing the entire time.
I'm not that bright, Pat, so I could have very easily gotten it wrong and just misquoted Sean McDermott. That would be on me. That would be typical me.
Thank God you're a good dancer to make up for that show.
Yeah, right.
Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan hanging out with us. You can catch him 3 to 6 on the Sports Bar every single weekday. So as we get away from receiver, I mean, Tommy, they're not the only guys that catch balls, and there are teams in the history of the NFL, one that's doing it right now, that position their tight end to be their leading wide receiver. Can the Bills, Danger, be successful with someone like Dalton Kincaid going into his second season being the workhorse for this offense?
I think so, and what we saw of him as the season progressed last year was certainly encouraging. And to go back to Keon Coleman for a little bit, yes, he's a rookie, and I would be surprised if he is impactful early on this season. But if you kind of look at how they dealt with Kincaid last year as a rookie, as he got more involved, more production, I think with Coleman you'll see the same thing. And look, Dalton Kincaid, Dawson Knox, you've got a couple of really good tight ends that can complement some of these wide receivers. I think you're getting away from an offense that was very dependent on the production of one guy, and you're looking to hopefully spread that production out over multiple guys who are competent and good at their job.
Yeah. What? That's what he said.
Yeah, many multiples.
Many multiples.
Yeah, I got it.
For all the multiples I've once had.
I corrected myself, though, right?
I know. I'm in danger. I'm looking
Don't
out
let
for you,
he
man.
tries to play this grammar cop, math cop.
Look who's being. You're going to be ripping his ass all season long, and you're going to try and defend him now? Kimmy, did I? Never mind. No, it's my fault. I was thinking about something else. All right, so danger. The wide receiver, that's up in the air, right? You got a safety situation that I'm sure we'll get to later as training camp goes on. But, leadership also becomes a massive question. Tommy, fun fact, of the 8 captains the Bills had last season, only 2, Josh Allen and Von Miller, are returning to the team. So, Danger, let's say they decide to go with 5 captains this year, which seems to be standard for most NFL teams. Who are the guys on this roster they trust to wear the C as the training camp starts today?
That's interesting. And I'll just make a quick note on Josh Allen showing up today. I don't know if this matters or not, but Taffy, I know you're very fashion forward and you pay attention to things like this. Josh Allen rolling up to practice today, hood on, wearing the hoodie under the shell, hood on.
Oh, we're winning the Super Bowl. We're winning the Super Bowl, man. Holy
That's kind of what I thought you would say.
Assassin's Creed style, hood up, playing ball. Yes! We're going.
Kind of thought you would say that. To answer your question, I think Deion Dawkins on the offensive line certainly is somebody that you would look at. Matt Milano
Okay, can we stop with Matt Milano? Okay, because Matt Milano is a stud. Matt Milano is arguably the best in his position in the NFL. I've never heard Matt Milano's voice in my life.
No, me either.
How is he a leader?
He's that lead by example guy, I would imagine.
I got a question.
No?
Well, Tommy's got a question now. I'm sorry. We have to put everything on pause.
No, I'm just saying.
No, go ahead.
I noticed a little lull there. I had a question. You guys lulling a little bit.
He's lulling over.
Why do they need 8 goddamn captains?
You don't.
Like there should be one guy. It should be Josh Allen.
Well, no, but he doesn't know what they're doing on the defensive side of things. So you.
So that's 2.
There are different positions that are looking for different things.
Defensive captain, offensive captain. That's all you need.
Why does it bother you that there's multiple captains?
Because it's like who's going to be the captain of Joe over here? I mean, Jesus Christ,
you need a captain for your captains.
Well, it is funny they did have.
Isn't the coach the captain?
He's king captain.
You did king captain. No, it's like Andy Reid said. When coaches are coaching players well, you can win games. When players start coaching other players, that's when you win championships.
Holding people accountable.
I mean,
or maybe if you had the greatest quarterback of all time, you win championships.
Okay, look, I mean, I'm with you. I think, and Danger, I don't know how you feel about this.
No, this overthinking of this sport is.
You're just
amazing.
giving a guy a C. It's not like Survivor where there's like flames and walking over coals.
Sometimes giving guys that captain title, I do feel
goes to their head.
No, I was going to say the opposite.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Sometimes it gives them an extra boost too, right? Like if they feel like they're in charge of something, confidence is in their hands. You know
why he feels this way. He's never been put in charge of anything.
Well,
in his life.
was, but then he got demoted
3 times. 3 times. All right, Danger. You guys are going to be out there live doing the sports bar from 3 to 6 while they're out of training camp. Do you know who you are talking to today?
Today we're talking to president of the Buffalo Bills and Buffalo Sabres, Pete Gwelly, stopping by the sports
number
bar.
One guy.
Bro, Aquinas graduate Pete Gwelly.
Sorry, yes, you're right. I should take it further. Your close personal friend, Pete Gwelly, is gracing us with his presence this afternoon. Pat, thanks for allowing him to visit us.
He came up and talked to me one time, and I was like, this is right before he got the Bills job. He was working for the Jets, or the Giants, excuse me.
Where'd you meet him?
Well, Aquinas.
Oh, you saw him at an event.
Yeah, he came as well. We were at the Mission Bout, the boxing tournament.
Right.
As former fighters will go back to check out how the kids are doing, give them a little something to aspire to.
Like a captain would.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean,
captain of idiots.
Me being a former...
Yeah, I used to punch kids back in the day. Nobody wants to work anymore.
All right, Danger, we are going to have you on every day at camp, right around between 9:30 and 9:40, moving towards the end of the show. And, so catch Danger, Sports Bar, 3 to 6, every single weekday, live from camp. And, it's not going to get better than Pete Gwelly.
You're probably right. It's all downhill from here, guys. Thanks for having me on today.
Danger, we'll talk to you tomorrow, buddy. Thanks a ton.
You got it.
Come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room on CMF. going to be Rabbaroo.
Ah, the old hub day Rabbaroo.
For a Wednesday Break Room CMF, that makes tomorrow a Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, yeah, buddy. We're going to bitch it out.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater and a whole bunch more stuff, but we are already over the time we were supposed to leave. Danger just won't shut up.
I know.
Blah, blah, blah.
Let me explain to you, captains.
Mac Hollins, blah, blah, blah. All right, we got to get out of the way. For Kimmy, who has had a really saucy attitude today.
Yeah, very snappy.
Aggressive.
Sass mouth.
I kind of feel like you've been being like the grammar cops today.
See?
Well, actually, you had a big actually day.
I had a big actually.
I think that's where my anger stems from.
Grammar boy.
What did bro? I thought we were on the same team here.
We are. The grammar shows up, and I'm out.
For Tommy Muley, who's off to listen to his favorite jazz artist from the 1970s,
Who's that?
Scoot Putin. My name's Pat Tommy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.